the season, man. Okay, Israel. Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody is doing well today. Salakia for not being able to have class last Saturday. Weren't all able to make it. And but we're back on track, back on schedule as usual. Shout out Stream of Wisdom, Houston, Stream of Wisdom, Rochester, New York, and Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. Hope everybody's doing well in Israel. It's going to be a pleasure to see everybody and reunite with family and friends and brothers once we have our Feast of Tabernacles, which is coming up soon, towards the end of, October 1st, September 30th, October 1st, when we're going to have it. So we'll have a good time with each other and rebuild those bonds and rebuild those connections. So that'll be a good time. I hope everybody can make it. Quatazop was given the information for Houston. So if y'all want to go through Quatazop. He can give you the information. Those in San Antonio, the sisters have got their information, so have the brothers. So hope to see everybody there for the gathering. We're going to send our prayers up and get started for class. But just want to make sure everybody's good and we'll get rolling for class, right? All right. Send our prayers. Majim, Panya, Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing an hour. A war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing an hour. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing an hour. Hashabbat. Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemaiah, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Sheshamoyah, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishan, Sheshawamar, Yahshua, Yahweh, Shemoyah, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ao, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawa, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoyah, Makor, Right, Yashemoyah, Lepesha, Yahweh, Yashemoyah, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
It's right credo. Shema Yashalom. Yahweh. Elohayim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashalom. Yahweh. Elohayim. Echad. Shema Yashalom. Yahweh. Elohayim. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abinah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemkah, Yehovah, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arotaza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathalanawa, Rachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawafino, Kasalachano, Chawafino, Wala'ah, Fabiano, Genocide one, Abo, Hamashana, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatha Pa'araf, La'ayim Elamyam. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9 in English. Lord's Prayer in English. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayah, Laka, Alahayah, Achoyah, Ayah, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
1 second. Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Lakal, Tasor, Wala'ah, Ta'aybadim.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 2. La'ah, Falach, Sham, Yehovah, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 3. La'ah, Falach, Sham, Yehovah, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
I said 3 again?
I think you said 3 the second time.
Okay, Salaki. Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabah, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, La'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Farataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tala'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tachamad, Kol, Asherah, La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Rakhtayha Ba'Shem Yahshai, Ahala, Nathalanawa, Qatawara.
Blessed you, Yahweh. Let me get somebody took my copy. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel, you shopping?
Everybody see it?
Got a ski board here, huh?
Yeah, because this ain't even my copy. Listen, that's somebody made that new, but that's not my original. You see that down there? That's mine right there.
This is yours?
Yeah, mine don't have the staple.
It's right here.
Yeah, well, I didn't put it there. I don't.
I know my war hat. No, first of all, one of the officers sets up this table, just so we know. So
you know,
I see
Elisha spilled coffee on mine. That's how I know.
out there by that. Officers serve the table.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, Elisha hit that coffee on mine. Mine got coffee on mine.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Israelite. Yasha mighty Yasha.
Yeah.
And also, earlier, I didn't give shout out to Sword of Truth family. Out come Guatemala, England, Cali, and Atlanta. Hope everybody's doing well, staying strong. Hope to see you guys out here for the Feast Tabernacles also. It's a big shout out to that. Another part of our family also swore the truth in different cities and states.
Yeah.
I made a copy though.
Yeah, you made a copy last time. Yeah, but we're just missing some pieces though. So that's all.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is 2 weeks ago we started going over the fall of the southern kingdom of Judah, and we went over how Josiah had his great run, and then he made a calculated risk to side with the Babylonian side and try to impede King Necho from assisting the Assyrian kingdom, and it backfired on him. Okay, it backfired and it worked, but it worked to the Most High's advantage. It backfired because Josiah died from arrow wounds, and that was the end of his reign. It worked to the Most High's favor because Josiah ended up slowing down Necho to where he couldn't get up to Assyria to slow down the onset or the onslaught of the Babylonian and Mede offensive, and the Assyrians took another major blow. As we keep going through these classes, there was one more death blow that Assyria had to go through to completely lose their power and seat of authority, but that's going to happen closer towards the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. We're still at the reign, if I'm not mistaken, Nabopolassar, which was Nebuchadnezzar's father. That's where we're still at with the Babylonian kingdom. Anyway, that's not the point. I'm just trying to kind of give everybody a recap before we move forward. So after Josiah interfered with King Necho's plans to have an all-out assault and help out Assyria against Babylon, and it got deterred. He comes back, he's vexed as hell. He ends up coming back to the city of Haran, which is in Syria, and he establishes a meeting with Josiah's son. His name was Shalom, Shallum. Shalom comes up to meet King Necho, and he's immediately put in bonds. He's put in bonds, shackles, he's renamed, and he's sent down to Egypt to never come out of jail in Egypt. Again, there's a state verse, Shalom on. So he got sent down to Egypt. He's stuck. He's done. He's finito. So what ends up happening is King Necho, it decides to install a leader and a king of his own choosing. And he ends up choosing King Jehoiakim. Now, we've talked about from last week that Jehoiakim wasn't his real name. Okay? That these were names that the King Necho decided to put on him. I don't have that specific verse in Chronicles. I think it was in 1 Chronicles chapter 1 where it talks about all the different names of the kings. But Jehoiakim was not his original name, but he was named Jehoiakim. And that was a way that vassals were kind of evidently known to be vassals.
I think you got it at 1 Chronicles chapter 3 verse 16.
Let's do that real quick. Let's find it
because
because I do want to do that.
Jehoahaz,
Mm-hmm.
and then Jehoiakim was Eliakim.
So what was it? First Chronicles
3 and 16.
Perfect, sir. Appreciate it. Let's do that real quick. Let's read verse 15 down to 16. If somebody can get it. Matter of fact, let's salute you in quiet.
Karaya, Shashavata, Banashar, Banyashala.
Karaya, Shoshata, Banashar, Banashar. I mentioned it. Bro. Yahweh Shemya Shabakata.
How about Shemya Shabakatam?
That's what's up. All right, so we're at 1 Chronicles chapter 3, verse 15 and 16.
Come. 1 Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 15. And the sons of Josiah were the firstborn, Johanan, and the second, Jehoiakim, the third, Zedekiah, the fourth, Shalom.
And the crazy thing is the fourth born son was the first one that the people chose to be king. The youngest kid was the first one to be chosen because the first one was obviously trash. His character, his maturity, he wasn't going to be a good king. So the people sat back and chose Shalom to be the head. And he's the one that got taken down. So it's Shalom, it's Johanan. The second is Jehoiakim, which still wasn't his name. And Zedekiah and Shalom. And I'm trying to find where. Okay, we'll do that. We'll go to that 2 Kings in a second. Because Jehoiakim was the name that was given to him, like I said earlier, by Necho. That wasn't his original name. We're going to find that out in a second. So Josiah's sons were Johanan, Jehoiakim, Zedekiah, which was to end up being the last king, the last Judite king of the southern kingdom, and Shalom. Read on.
Verse
16.
15. And the sons of Jehoiakim,
Jeconiah, we're going to find out. We're going to go into it. I just want to make sure I keep drilling these concepts in our head because these names do get confusing. It was Josiah, Shalom, Jehoiakim, Jeconiah, then Zedekiah. That was the order of succession. Josiah, Shalom, which was for like 2 or 3 months. Jehoiakim, which was 11 years. Then it was Jeconiah for like 2 months. Then it was Zedekiah for 11 years. And that was it. Okay? So, we're going to let that verse go and go to 2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 34. 23. Okay, I got this thing on. Let me fix this. Okay. 2 Kings 23 and 34.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 34.
Let me make this adjustment on my notes. Well, not the notes, but on the computer. Okay, write that, sir.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 34. And Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, the son of Josiah, king in the room of Josiah his father, and turned his name to Jehoiakim.
That was the word. That's what I was trying to find out. This was the verse I was looking for. It was Pharaoh Necho took Eliakim, which was Jehoiakim's original name, and took him and made him the vassal head for the tribe of Judah, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. Read on.
And took Jehoaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there.
Now listen, Jehoaz was Shalom. Shalom's original name was Shalom. He was changed to Jehoaz and sent to Egypt. Okay? Like I said, King Necho and other kings were into like, once there was a vassal, I'm changing the head's name to a name that our people are familiar with. Mm-hmm. And that was a way to kind of put an imprint on the people. So Josiah's son Shalom's name was changed to Jehoaz. He was captured after 2 months of being in power, sent down to Egypt. Never came back to Israel. He was a prisoner forever. Then you sit back on the other end. Now listen, what is the reason that they send, we talked about it earlier, that they send kings and brothers into prison in different cities? Why do people do that?
You weaken them by separating the unit.
About the money.
Guaranteed payments. If your kids are locked up,
Yep.
they're dead, then I ain't got to pay you nothing. But they're locked up.
Now that incentivizes you to be that vassal. Because this is what's happening. They're vassals now. Israel is now a vassal state to the Egyptians. The Babylonians hadn't got themselves down to the southern part of Israel yet. Okay? Mm-hmm. So, with all that being the case, read verse 34 again.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 34. And Pharaoh Necho met Eliakim, the son of Josiah, king in the room of Josiah his father, and turned his name to Jehoiakim, and took Jehoaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh.
That lets you know. Now they're vassals. I'm giving you silver and gold. And also, hey, you take care of my brother, I'll keep paying you. But I'm Jehoiakim. I got to go by damn Jehoiakim to this dude. This is whack, bro.
You got to be Toby.
That's what he's saying. He's calling him Toby.
Yeah.
Read on.
But he taxed the land to give.
He's
the
Cassius
money.
Clay out. Now he's Cassius Clay. You're Cassius Clay. Muhammad Cassius Clay. I'm gonna call you Cassius.
I'm gonna call him Clay.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him Clay. That's the point. This is what's happening. Read on.
But he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh.
So when he says he taxed the land, he taxed the income of the land. So when the land is getting taxed, guess what happens? Everybody's getting taxed. Everybody's money's getting short. This is what happens when these vassal situations happen. Everybody gets hurt. Everybody's money's messed up. Now the economy is plummeting. Now Esau says, now we're in a recession. We're in a recession now. Now everybody got to sit back here. In recession, inflation, the price of things, the cost of things get higher, but the amount of money you get is lesser. This is what's happening now with what's happening. Okay, so let's keep going.
He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation.
Hold on. First of all, I don't know who's sending this text, but we're not even on Zedekiah yet. We're on Jehoiakim. Zedekiah is a little bit later, and Zedekiah is one of the family of Josiah. Let's get it real quick. Maybe he doesn't know. Let's go to where we're at in Chronicles. It was Chronicles. Shamshwan, you was on First Chronicles. First Chronicles chapter 3,
verse 15.
and verse 15 and 16.
First Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 15.
The question the brother said, or the statement is that Zedekiah was not of the royal line of Judah. Let's go find out. First Chronicles deals. Matter of fact, the statement is that Zedekiah was not of the royal line of Judah. Let's go to First Chronicles chapter 3 and 10. Matter of fact, verses 9.
First Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 9.
I'm going to type it so people can see it. First Chronicles 3 verse 9 through 16. This is how we prove that Zedekiah is actually from the royal line of Judah. Read that.
First Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 9. These were all the sons of David, besides the sons of the concubines.
Stop. So from verse 9 down to verse 16 are the sons of David besides the concubines. The reason that's important, because according to ancient history, if your child was of a concubine mother, they weren't legitimate. It wasn't part of the legitimate line. So verse 9 actually expresses legitimacy of the next names that you're about to read. You're not reading about illegitimate people. You're reading about legitimate bloodlines of David, which is the royal seed, right? Last time I read. Let's keep going.
And Tamar, their sister.
Okay.
And Solomon's sons were
so we had David and we had Solomon. The next guy after Solomon was who? Rehoboam. He was a king of the royal line. Read on.
Abiah, his son. Asa, his son.
Now we had Asa was king. He was of the royal line. He was a good king. Read on.
Jehoshaphat, his son.
Jehoshaphat was part of the royal line. He was king. Read on.
Joram, his son. Ahaziah, his son.
Okay. Once again, we're still dealing with kings. Joram, Ahaziah. Read on.
Joash, his son.
Joash was half and half. He was good for a period and he went left for a period. Read on.
Amaziah, his son.
He was good and bad. Read on.
Azariah, his son. Jotham, his son.
All these are kings of the royal lines. Read on.
Ahaz, his son.
Okay.
Hezekiah, his son.
All these are kings of the royal line. They cannot be denied. These are unquestioned. Read on.
Manasseh, his son. Ammon, his son. Josiah, his son.
Yep.
And the sons of Josiah.
So now we're still in with the royal seed, the royal line. Read on.
Where it says, and the sons of Josiah were the firstborn, Johanan.
Johanan never even had a shot at the damn king. He was never even talked about after this. Read on.
The second, Jehoiakim.
Jehoiakim was the second born son. Read on.
The third, Zedekiah.
Zedekiah is still of the royal line of Josiah. Once again, Zedekiah is in the same line and bloodline as Josiah, Manasseh, Hezekiah, Amaziah, Jehoshaphat, Asa, Solomon, and David. All of these four sons are part of the royal line. So, read verse 15 again.
Time. First Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 15. And the sons of Josiah were the firstborn, Jehoiakim, the second, Jehoiakim, the third, Zedekiah, the fourth, Shalom.
Well, even if it's, with all due respect, brother, even if it's the line of Yahushua, it still goes back to David. So that he is still part of the line of Yahushua because he's still blood of David.
Still blood of David.
It's still a direct lineage of David. We're still dealing with that. Listen, all these kings, we're going to see the order of succession even of the kings. It was Josiah. The people of the land chose Shalom, which is the youngest king to reign. He stayed in power for 2-3 months, got sent to Egypt. The next man up was Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim lasted 11 years. Then his son came into power, Jeconiah. He only lasted 2 or 3 months, from December of 597 to March of 598. And then, because there was no more sons, Jeconiah didn't have sons, if I'm not mistaken, until later on when he got sent out to Babylon. There was nobody to take the position of king once Jeconiah, because once Jeconiah came in, once again, Jehoiakim got killed. Jeconiah came into power. Nebuchadnezzar came back to Israel within 3 months of sieging Israel the first time in 597. Jeconiah came outside the front of the gates to try to establish peace with Nebuchadnezzar. He snatched him up immediately and sent him to Babylon. There was no other king left to rule besides Jeconiah's uncle, which was Jehoiakim's brother Zedekiah. He was still justifiably the next man up in bloodline and lineage. And you know, the crazy thing is, the king of Babylon understood that. Nebuchadnezzar understood, hey, I got to sit back here and make sure that I honor their things and put a guy that's of their bloodline at the top of the position. So Zedekiah was of the royal bloodline of David, and if he was in the bloodline of David, then he was in the bloodline of Christ. Simple as that. Okay, so we're going to get back on topic, but I need to make sure I explain that so there's proper edification. So where are we at now? Did we finish 2 Kings 23, verse 35?
No, we didn't finish 35.
Where we at again? What'd you say? Did you finish it? Let's do 2 Kings 23 and 35.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 35. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation, to give it unto Pharaoh Necho.
So once again, everybody had to come out of pocket to sustain this heavy taxation of Pharaoh Necho. Okay, read on.
Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Zebudah, the daughter of Pedaiah of Rumah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his fathers had done.
He did evil. It doesn't go into what he did, but we're going to sit back here, and today we're going to go into how evil he was and what he did. The title of the class today, we obviously know it's Sabbath, but it's King Jehoiakim versus Jeremiah. It wasn't like it was some battle royal physical mano a mano. But we're going to read, if we got the time, the countless times that Jeremiah had to be courageous and risk his life checking these wicked dudes in power. When you sit back and read about what being courageous is, a lot of times we sit back, we think we're courageous because we demand our boss we want an off day on Saturday. that's the depth of our courageousness. Boss, I need this day off. I need it, Captain. You said I need it, Captain. I need it bad. I need this off day. Woo, I was courageous for the Lord. I stood up for the Most High.
And that is to a degree.
Huh?
That is to a degree.
And I'm not. Listen, I don't want to make people think I'm knocking.
No, but
No, listen. First of all, I'm glad you said it that way.
that's the truth.
But I want to
Yeah.
let me clean this up. In comparison to what our priests and prophets were doing, studying if it was right.
Knowing you're about to die.
No, listen. You are facing damn death.
Or
You have seen people keep it real when it went bad for them, You see people standing up for what's right and get killed and sawed in half.
Yeah.
And get massacred and killed,
Doesn't matter how great the prophet
And
is.
you're going into a damn suicide mission. When you sit back and read about what Jeremiah says and does under the duress he's in, you sit back and say, man, the things I'm going through ain't nothing. That's what I mean. The little requests and the things I'm fighting and I'm sweating and I'm sweating bullets on ain't nothing in comparison to what great men in Christ did. And I always like to express it that way because our little battles ain't, you know what. The little crap we go through is nothing in comparison to what the guys that the Most High said, I've chosen this guy. He's great. This guy deserves a damn book written in his name about what he went through. And I like expressing it that way to remind us however badass you might think you are, potent you think you are, you really ain't. There's many more levels to go before you're certified and verified and justified to be like looked upon with great esteem with the Most High. Most says he has respect unto his chosen.
Come.
Listen, we're going to read about why the Most High would have respect of his chosen here in this situation. We got to go into a little bit, but let's start back off. You want to say something, Sean?
Yeah, let's say, go ahead.
Let's start off with even a timetable. We're in 609 BC. Okay? We're in 609 BC when King Jehoiakim is in power. So the kingdom fell apart in 598. People always say 586.
Yeah.
That was a complete end. But 598 was when the best of the best of the best started getting rooted out of the city. After 598, in the beginning part of 597, it was just the lower class of the city operating and living in there. The best of the city got sent out to Babylon by then. So for that next 11 years, it was just, everybody was just struggling in there, starving.
Yeah, but the elite class had already been
Got shipped out.
Yeah.
And they just kept Zedekiah there, which obviously was a base guy. Because he wasn't chosen to be king. He got chosen over like 3 times. That let you know how bad of a king he was, how bad of a guy he was. But before we get to Zedekiah and Jeconiah, we're going to deal with Jehoiakim today. Okay, so we read a little bit about this 2 weeks ago. Let's go into Jeremiah chapter 22. Verse 1, we're going to read the entire chapter. And this entire chapter in Jeremiah 22 is dealing with, we're doing a lot of jumping because Jeremiah is not written and put together in structured order, in chronological order. You're going to get bits and pieces and little here, little there, story here, story there. You might read about Zedekiah in chapter 16, 17. And then read about Jehoiakim in chapter 22 and 40 something. It's all mixed and jumbled around. So it's hard to kind of gauge it that way. What we're reading about in Jeremiah 22 is the beginning of, you start getting an idea of what kind of guy Jehoiakim was. The scripture says Jehoiakim was a wicked man. We're going to find out kind of why. Just today, we're not going to be doing a lot of Josephus today either. We're just going to go kind of stick to the scriptures. So let's get Jeremiah 22 in verse 1 through 23.
Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 1. Thus saith the Most High, go down to the house of the king of Judah and speak there this word.
Listen, do I have that image available? I think I had that image available. Not this one. Okay. The house of the king is right below the temple. If you look at the picture, it's the outer court, the temple, and below the temple is the palace. Now, obviously, this is during Solomon's time. It was the house of Pharaoh's daughter. Different kings had different type of construction processes going, so they must have reconfigured this a dozen times for the king to fit the king's needs. The Most High is telling Jeremiah, go to the house of the king, bro, and tell the king he's full of crap. Give a message to the king, directly to the king, and let him know what's going on with his kingdom. Listen, bro, that right there is you're playing with fire. You're going to read other chapters that talk about the Moses go now to the temple court and deal with the priest at the temple court.
That's crazy, bro.
You got to go right in the belly of the beast and start blasting people out. It's like hit them up, out.
Yeah.
It's like hit them up. Go hit them up, Pac style,
Directly.
and let's go to war. And I want you to tell them what I want you to tell them.
This is one-man war because you're going.
This is war, bro. Listen, you're sitting back here inflaming the king.
Power figures.
Khan. So, he said, go to the palace and drop it on King Zedekiah. Not Zedekiah, Slakia. Jehoiakim. What's going on? And we know it's Jehoiakim. As we read on, we're going to find out. Let's continue. Because it doesn't say Jehoiakim, but as you read it, you're going to figure it out. Read on.
Verse 2. And say, hear the word of the Most High, O King of Judah, that sittest upon the throne of David, thou and thy servants and thy people that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Most High, execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoil out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the stranger.
So stop right there. It's showing that there's social issues.
Yeah. Before we get to the... Listen, each chapter deals with different things. You're going to read in Jeremiah the idolatry problem. The idolatry problem with the priest, with the people. You'll deal with different social aspects. Right now, in this chapter, is about treating the people right. Now, check this out. We just read in 2 Kings how there's massive taxation on everybody. There's massive taxation. Everybody's financially hurting. From the bottom to the top. And when you're dealing with financial hardships, the people that are poor have to suffer more. Right?
Yeah.
Because their little gets chopped in half. At least if you're rich, your little gets chopped in half, you can still sustain yourself and flow. So this is a significant issue now that we become vassals under King Necho. Right? Continue. Read verse 3 again.
God. Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 3. Thus saith the Most High, execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoil out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow, neither shed innocent blood in this place.
In this place, Jerusalem. Take care of the poor. Take care of the sick. Take care of the needy.
Now you look at
the Most High is trying to teach the king where your priorities are supposed to be, even though the Most High has his hand on you.
But when you look at rulership and kingships or presidents or authority figures, you see how the policies every 4 years, even in the states, affects different demographics of people.
Yeah.
Based off the sole leadership in office and who backs them. With this president,
Who's the president now?
well, with this current president, you can see everybody's dealing with
He wears
financial
blue. He wears blue a lot. He's
the blue guy. The borders are weak.
He trips up on cords and wires sometimes.
yeah, exactly. He falls upstairs going into planes.
Exactly. You can see off his policy, off his decision making, and off his leadership, you can see the nation framed in different ways. All right? With the president maybe 12 years ago, you can see that lewd sexual dynamic open up. The sexual dynamic was normal.
Mm-hmm.
After that president, the sexual dynamic frayed even more to where now we're dealing with these social agendas inside the school system. But it was an advancement from the Obama era. So with every president comes a train of decision making. So he's telling you, he's saying right here, listen, bro, the people can't slip, the fathers can't slip, the households that don't have husbands and men that are of renown can't slip. These people have to be taken care of. You can tell by every king that's in power who's priority and who's not priority. That's all I want to present right there.
If we can add this second Ezra chapter 2, verse start at verse 20.
2 Ezra 2 and 20.
Come. 2 Ezra chapter 2 and verse 20. Do right to the widow.
What does it say?
Do right to the widow.
He said, "Do right to the widow." The widow is without a strength, without a head. She's without a covering.
Yep.
That man is that covering. He said, "Do right to the widow." Read on.
Judge for the fatherless.
So you have to step up for people that don't have anybody to intercede for them. You have to become that intercessor. You have to fill the gaps and to be able to bring that assistance for those that don't have guidance.
And that's resources, that's time,
Yep.
that's energy,
Safety.
that's your comfort has to now get cut off so that people that need. Listen, when you're at the top, leadership-wise, you're dealing with allocation of resources. How do I allocate my time, my resources, my wealth, my energy and attention? The Most High is saying, listen, give your attention and energy and allocate your resources to the fatherless and the widow. Keep going, sorry.
That's no different than a city council meeting when you got certain district and citizens coming together asking for resources in their communities. We need a better budget for schools. We need school supplies.
How about roads? When I go on New Braunfels, that road is constantly under construction. Like, why the hell is New Braunfels Road always under construction?
So it's one of the last places that people care about.
Thank you. The allocation of funds is not going to New Braunfels Road, bro.
And it's funny when the AT&T Center was built on Houston Street.
Yeah.
Houston Street. Nobody gave a damn about Houston Street. They didn't even have sidewalks.
God.
They didn't have street lights until AT&T Center was placed over there. So now you got the wealthy having to ride down the street to go to the Spurs game.
They don't want the ice though, right?
Now you got street lights. Now you got bright yellow lines on the road.
They have luxury housing.
Yeah. Now you got mailboxes. You have
mailboxes.
Yeah, mailboxes.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't no mailboxes before the
the mailbox. The mailman had to go to the door. You know what I'm saying? He had to go to the door. In old school, and drop it off. Now the mailman can just pull up to the curb and drop it off. But
that happened in the 70s. Didn't that something like that happen in the 70s? Didn't they have that change like in the 70s or 80s?
No.
What's going on?
No, they still got it like that in certain areas.
They had the mailbox.
You had the mailbox next to the door.
It wasn't at the street.
What I'm saying is, wasn't like all the other areas? Didn't they get like revamped in like the 80s?
Hell no, not in the poor areas.
I know. I'm saying the rich area.
Yeah, the rich area.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're years behind.
That's like decades.
And then right, the main thoroughfare to get to the AT&T Center, the main thoroughfare, everything's bright, everything's well lit.
Yeah.
All sidewalks are pretty.
Yeah.
But if you go one street over, it's
Boom, 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 boom.
Talking about one street over, bro.
Got some smack, man.
You got some smack, man.
That's it, bro.
Listen, that was perfect. I think we explained the ghetto in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you know where the money's going at. You know what I'm saying? The man got it.
So we're dealing with allocations of funds and resources out. And this is what the Most High is saying. Did you finish that verse up?
No, he's not done. Go ahead.
Keep going.
It says, give to the poor, defend the orphan.
It said defend who?
The orphan.
Go ahead.
Clothe the naked.
Clothe the naked. Because those are the ones that can slip through the cracks in a society. They always slip through the cracks. These are the ones that are always forgotten about. These are the last ones that are considered. These are the last ones that the money goes to. There's no money left. You look at these little PPP loans, man.
Shit.
The PPP loans went fast, bro. Big business got all them loans first.
Big business.
Didn't the LA Lakers get
LA Lakers got a PPP loan.
Yeah, how they get a PPP
And the
loan?
only reason they brought it back is when they got outed. No, we don't use code. You take it back.
I was really upset about that one.
Yeah.
Listen, a lot of people were doing that.
Yeah,
We
big
did.
business, huh? Now the small mom and pops are out of business. No, I'm saying if you notice, the small mom and pops are out of business.
Yeah.
They're not there anymore in those communities because they didn't survive the damn COVID.
Yeah.
Because the money wasn't coming in.
Wow.
By the time it got to them, there was none left. There was no loans left. There was no financing left. No consideration left. But that's how it always is. You know what I'm saying? It's those people that slip through the cracks. So when you're in a leadership position, you got to consider the forgotten, the undesirables, the ones that nobody want to consider.
Even when there's slim pickings left, there's only so much resources to go around, especially when you're a vassal city. This is important.
That's true too.
Listen. Everybody's under a tight economic crunch at this time. So the Most High is trying to tell Jeremiah to tell the king, listen, man, money's tight, but still take care of the poor and the sick.
No, you're paying all these taxes.
Don't take these resources and make your life comfortable. Take the resources and make sure the people are good.
But listen, if it's about who's going to be comfortable, then it's based off of power and authority. Then somebody got to suffer so somebody else can have.
Huh?
And when we're all under a financial crunch, we're all under some type of resource crunch.
Yeah.
Then who's going to suffer? It's going to be those widows.
Yep.
They're going to suffer more.
Yeah.
So the Most High is trying to tell, through Jeremiah, to the king, take care of the people. Let's continue. You have more in your verse?
Yeah, finish that.
Come on. You want verse 21?
Yes, sir.
Come. Heal the broken and the weak. Laugh not a lame man to scorn.
Because then you got a large separation of the haves versus the have-nots.
Mm-hmm.
And that gap is wide. And so when you have it, it's easy to look down on those that don't have it. Read on.
Defend the maimed, and let the blind man come into the sight of my clearness.
So when you consider those that are the undesirables, the ones that the people look down upon, the hood folks, read on.
Keep the old and young within thy walls.
Read on.
Wow.
So wheresoever thou
Because you know the elderly oftentimes, even now, the elderly are never checked on. You got a lot of elderly people that die because they've been living with no air conditioning in triple digit weather, and nobody's checking on them. Nobody knew they've been dead in the house for a week or two, and nobody checking on the elderly. Nobody checking on them old folks. But that's common when society's bad. You know what I'm saying? Because it's easy to just think and go for self. Read on.
Wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them.
Read on.
And I will give thee the first place in my resurrection.
It said when Christ come back, what place will you stand in?
First place.
You get the first place.
That was why Tobit, the Most High blessed Tobit so much. Even in a captivity situation, he took care of the dead. He sat back here and made sure the people that were needy were taken care of. Okay.
I have a question. Is this like we always go in the scripture about he had done it unto me, at least these my little ones who done it unto me.
Mm-hmm.
Does this connect, I guess, to that same concept?
Yeah. Because I want to bring out a point you brought up. It says, and let the blind man come into the sight of my clearness. What does that mean? You gotta understand, the better of an example we are in a leadership position gives people faith in brotherhood, gives people confidence that the Most High is real, that the Most High comes through and takes care of people.
Because people believe in a system that's fair and equitable. When they don't see equity, they don't believe in the system.
Then they don't believe in the system. Then they lose faith in the Most High.
Yep.
True.
This is why it's so important that leadership does right by people. Because the more we do right by people, it gives people faith in unity, in brotherhood. I've seen when leadership was bad, all of a sudden there's a lack of faith in brotherhood and the idea of unity.
Yeah.
The idea of coming together with each other starts to diminish. Remember we read about when the kings were bad and the prophets were unemployed at?
Yeah.
And then when a good king came back, he had to put his money up to even establish confidence that these priests could come in and embrace and do their work again. Because it's very important. He says that blind man needs to know with clearness that the Most High is there with them. But when you take care of and you look after the people who need, then you establish confidence in unity and brotherhood and faith and love and community. And this is what Jeremiah is trying to get the king to see. You got more?
Yeah, it said, shall come into the sight of my clearness, and what?
It says, keep the old and young within thy walls.
Read.
Wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them, and I will give thee the first place in my resurrection,
Read on.
abide still, O my people.
He said, live with this in mind. When he said abide still, he's talking about abide in this mentality. Abide in the mentality that other people, especially those that can't help themselves, are more important than yourself. He said abide still, meaning stay in that mind frame. Read on.
O my people, and take thy rest, for thy quietness shall come.
And he said, what will the Most High bring if you stay in that mind frame? He said he'll bring peace. And even when there is no peace, even when there is no justice, even when the people are left for dead.
You know, it's funny. It's almost the most like take care of the people, and I will eventually remove Nico from you.
Exactly.
I'll remove these sanctions. I'll remove these difficult times if you can show me that you're willing to put the people first. He can sit back and make a poor man rich in an instant. He can take this burden off of y'all like this.
Yep.
But how do you operate in times of suffering? This is what the Most High is trying to see.
That shows true character.
Con. Listen, we're building up to something because we're going to show why King Jehoiakim was referred to as a wicked man.
Yeah, that's it.
So, let's continue. Let's go back to Jeremiah 22, verse 3 again.
Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 3. Thus saith the Most High, execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow.
Most of us said, do no violence even to the stranger, the non-Israelite person. You're still supposed to deal with respect and community and brotherhood to people that are not Israelites. You don't got to sit back and beat on them and cuss them out and treat them like nothing and humiliate them. There's no need for all that.
Robin 400.
Carry.
Green Cross.
Con. We don't need to be doing that, all right? Be acting like beasts. Can we sit back here and operate civilly with everyone around us? Read on.
Neither shed innocent blood in this place.
Read on.
For if ye do this thing indeed, then shall there enter in by the gates of this house kings sitting upon the throne of David.
Meaning, if you do right by your people, there'll be generations of the lineage of David still being kings. The lineage that it can continue. Your seed and your seed and all your generations can stabilize. You can get stable again. Read on.
Riding in chariots and on horses, he and his servants and his people.
What it says, if you want to keep your family line in power, treat the people right.
Simple.
If you want you and your people in perpetuity to run things and be on that horse, on that gnat, then take care of the people and serve the people. Read on.
But if ye will not hear these words, I swear by myself, saith the Most High, that this house shall become a desolation.
You're going to keep hearing the fact that Most High he's giving Israel ample warnings. He's saying, Jehoiakim, if you don't take care of the sick and the poor, I'm going to make this house a desolation.
I'm dealing with you.
I'm going to break you. Read on.
For thus saith the Most High unto the kings of Judah, of the house of Judah. It says, thou art Gilead unto me.
He said, the kings of Judah, you're Gilead to me. Gilead was what? Gilead was once part of the what? Northern kingdom. And that was the hub and the central part of the northern kingdom. Gilead had Ephraim and Manasseh in that area. He said, you guys are Gilead unto me. You guys were once on top. Now you're going to be desolate. You're going to keep reading about him comparing once mighty cities. He called another chapter. He said, man, you guys are like Shiloh unto me. What was Shiloh at one time?
The gathering of the people.
It was the spiritual hub. It was the capital city of worship during Joseph's time, all the way until Eli, the sons of Eli's time, when Samuel started getting up in power as a prophet. Then they sat back and lost the ark and were never heard of again. He keeps reminding Israel of once strong Israelite strongholds that became nothing because they neglected the same concepts that these prophets are trying to tell the kings of Judah now. Okay, read on.
the head of Lebanon. Yet surely will I make thee a wilderness, and cities which are not inhabited.
Mm-hmm.
And I will prepare destroyers against thee.
He's like, Most High is preparing other countries and world powers, making them battle tested and hardened. There's a reason Babylon was next. Babylon had many of back and forths and knockdown dragouts against the Assyrian Empire. They were battle tested and ready to go. They were ready to go. He's I'm preparing them in case Israel don't change. Read on.
Everyone with his own weapons, and they shall cut down thy choice cedars and cast them into the fire.
So all your choice wood, all these investments, all your dainties. Choice cedar is for what? It's for the elite. You think the regular people were worried about fancy wood?
They're not
They don't got pine wood and cherry wood.
Diamonds and wood. Diamonds and wood.
No.
You know, they didn't care about all that wood grain. Well, wood grain was
Poor people living in mud huts.
Kinda.
Made of shacks.
That's the point. He said, but your choice seed is going to get burnt and destroy all the things you're investing your monies and your time in is going to be for naught.
It's just personal
Aesthetics.
It's like that rich man, right?
Yeah.
Aesthetics.
Yeah.
God.
It's going to go. It won't get into it.
The,
Yeah.
the rich man said, I'm going to get my barn and I'm going to build great. Like, what about,
I got a barn. I'm going to build a bigger barn.
I'm like, what about, there's other people that need that matter.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my stores. I'm going to get double stores.
I'm going to say soul, I can go back and rest.
Take that rest.
Yeah.
Take that ease.
Yeah. But that's in the mind of Israel. I'm going to work hard.
Stack up.
So
Retire.
I don't have to stress out no more.
Come
I can be comfortable and then give my mind to other endeavors.
on.
Whereas the Most High has the poor living day to day, check to check, week to week, month to month.
Then he said the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Come.
There's always people that need help.
Okay? So, he's trying to set the tone for the king, the present king in power. Read on.
Verse 8. And many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say every man to his neighbor, wherefore have the Most High done unto this great city?
He said, what, man, this city was the bomb back in the day.
What happened?
Listen, now it's a cesspool.
It's like a,
It's a cesspool. It's nothing.
like the West Coast. You have certain cities in the West Coast.
Oakland was a beautiful city. You go to Oakland now, bro. It's a cesspool. It's nothing but just homeless vagrants. They just run the street. They have
Fentanyl cities.
Well, fentanyl cities is just homeless cities.
Yeah.
Red zone.
Huh?
Like red zone.
Yeah, it is. Listen, even in parts of Cali, they just push all the homeless in the spot.
San Fran especially.
Yep.
Right around in LA too.
Yep.
Right on
That's it.
Rodeo Drive.
LA is downtown also.
They said they broke down Skid Row. I don't know if it's true or not.
If they did, they broke it and sent it somewhere else. Philly got a bad homeless problem out. New York,
Austin right here. Austin got a homeless problem. Huge homeless problem.
Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah.
listen. I was watching it today. There's a place called in San Francisco. There's called a Doom Loop Tour.
What's that?
A Doom Loop Tour, and it's a white guy that took advantage of the homeless situation. It is. Listen, when you do this, you know what it is. Is if you want to know how bad the hood is, I will take you through a tour of the hood,
Oh,
and I'm gonna sit back and show you a Doom Loop Tour. We're gonna show you the worst parts of Frisco. There'll be obviously there'll be a guard and security with you. We're gonna drive you down, and you're gonna see all the worst parts of the city. For all your Caucasians that want to spend the money and watch the spectacle.
it's crazy, bro.
Kinda. It's like I knew Skid Row was there. They might have, the only reason they're gonna move Skid Row is because it was right next to the Staples Center, right? Where they hoop, where the Lakers and the Clippers hoop, right? And so they gotta get them. They gotta get them a couple miles away so the money don't get scared off. Right?
Even when I was out there about 10 years ago, you would walk down certain streets and it's human feces.
Yeah.
All over.
Yeah, but that's part of the Death Loop tour.
Seattle.
Listen, that's part of the Death Loop tour. The pooping, the peeing, the drug use.
I see it all.
It's called a Death Loop tour, right? That's it. Listen, that's crazy how they actually make profit off of that. No, I said death. It's the Doom Loop tour. It's right here. I literally was watching on the way up here. The Doom Loop tour. I was like, what's going on here? I'm like, how can I use this in class? Wow! Got it out. So listen, Doom Loop tour in Frisco. Oakland's horrible. LA's bad. And this, I don't know if you ever watch on Twitter, they keep showing. They say, listen, we're sending hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to Ukraine, but they can't take care of this? Because there's no money in this.
Exactly.
Don't forget, if I'm sending 200 billion or 100 billion to Ukraine, some of that money's getting laundered back to the senators who are sitting back here and approving those loans.
Right. They just doing it for free. Huh?
There's money coming back. There's kickbacks coming to the people that are approving it. A little goes to Zelensky. A little goes to the military. The most of it goes to the industrial complex. That
Military complex.
Listen, it's not like they're saying we're going to send you 200 billion, blow it how you want, Zelensky. That's not how it goes. Say this, okay, I'm going to send you 200 billion worth of stuff. I'm sending you $50 million worth of items that come from United States goods. So I'm going to give you weapons from the United States, boots, clothing, gear that boost up our economy, shoot it to you, and you just pay us later. In your grain, in your agriculture, in your gross GDP. So you're going to be broke forever.
And you owe more than that. You owe double that.
Sure, you owe you for ice. You owe us forever, right?
Huh?
On these crazy loans. So that's how it goes. But then also that money gets funneled back to special interest groups and to senators and governors' pockets. Anyway, that's the game. That's the game. And then some money goes to Zelensky. You know, Zelensky has like 5 to 6 mansions, right? He has villas in Spain and in the Netherlands. This guy is filthy rich.
He's good for an actor. Right?
They showed. I'm telling you, they showed this Ukrainian politician. He had gold rims in his Corvette out.
No way.
He like this. This is my car. How do you get this on a basic Ukrainian salary, bro? you got spinning wheels out. They spinning out.
Come on, bro.
Either you're getting a kickback or you're taking some of those weapons you're getting and selling on the black market.
You're flipping them.
Listen. A lot of the Ukrainian weapons that are supposed to go to Ukrainian, guess where they're at? They're in Syria. ISIS got it. ISIS got it in Syria.
Listen.
ISIS got it in Iraq. Afghanistan's got it. This is the truth,
That's the hustle.
Africa got it, They got these weapons. So these guys can ride their whips in their Corvettes and get their yachts. That's the game. Anyway, so once again, it is constant. It's a constant understanding that the poor are supposed to be taken care of. And even in times of desperation and difficulty, the people should still get taken care of. Now, let's go back to Jeremiah 22 and verse 9.
Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 9. Then they shall answer, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Most High their power, and worship other gods, and serve them.
So worshiping other gods, but also forsaking the covenant. The covenant of the Lord, you forsake it by not taking care of your people. Not taking care of the sick.
So you're saying it's not just about quote unquote law and ceremony.
It's about how you treat your people.
Social ethics.
Con. We're going to read the punchline in a little bit, but con. All facts. Let's continue.
Verse 10. Weep ye not for the dead, neither bemoan.
Mosiah is telling Jeremiah, don't weep for the dead, and don't bemoan these suckers, right? These elites who don't care about the people. Jeremiah is known as the what? Weeping prophet. He's the weeping prophet. He's the one that was so concerned with the condition of the nation. He said, don't weep for these dudes. Don't weep for these selfish elites that only care about themselves. Read on.
But weep sore for him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country.
He said, feel bad for the people that get eradicated and sent out in captivity. Feel bad for them, because they're not going to see their homeland again. But for the ones who are staying, Don't even worry about these dudes. Move on from them. Read on.
For thus saith the Most High, touching Shalom, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, which reigned instead of Josiah his father, which went forth out of this place, he shall not return thither anymore.
So he said, listen, concerning Shalom, this is never coming back. He's never coming back to Israel. He's going to die in Egypt. So don't worry about Shalom. Okay, read on.
But he shall
Don't forget,
die
Shalom was the first king. Shalom was the first king of after Josiah. That after 2 months got eradicated and pulled out and taken out of Egypt. Read on.
Verse 12. But he shall die in the place whither they have led him captive.
Shalom was going to die in Egypt. Okay, read on.
And shall see this land no more. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness.
Now we're turning the tide. Shalom was through, but now we're going to start zeroing in more on the next king. Now this is what's going on with the leadership in general. Shalom was in power for 2 months. So we're dealing with the ethics and the morals of the kings after Josiah. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness. Don't forget, they're in a recession at the very least. More than likely a depression. Or getting to a depression soon. Read on.
It says, and his chambers by wrong.
Who builds his chambers, his house, where he sleeps, where he rests. His foundation. By wrongdoing. Read on.
That useth his neighbor's service without wages.
He says, woe to the person that makes people work for him and not get any money back.
Playing games with people.
Yeah, playing games with their money. With their work service.
Fake promises and stuff.
I'll pay you later. Do this work and I'll get you back. Read on.
It says, and giveth him not for his work. That saith, I will build me a wide house and large chambers.
I will build me a wide house. I'm going to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Now, I got to go into this first, man. I got to go into this. And all this makes more sense once we read this. This is in the BKC. Let me type it in. This is in the BKC. Page 1156 and 1157. Okay, let's do this. This is the message to Jehoiakim. After being appointed as king by Pharaoh Necho, Jehoiakim acted the part of a typical Oriental despot. Judah needed a firm hand to guide the ship of state. But instead, when it says that firm hand, somebody who could sit back and guide Israel through these financial hardships. He said, but instead, Israel got a corrupt, petty king who cared only for personal gain.
There you go.
Jehoiakim sought to build a palace for himself out.
Wow.
Listen, you gonna build a palace out? And everybody's broke out? Listen, the land is taxed. The GDP is down at an all-time low.
Everybody's suffering.
Everybody's suffering. I mean, I need to get a couple more square feet in my crib. I need to put a pool in the. How about that? Let's think about that. We'll get a pool in the palace.
I need to stunt.
We gotta sit back and have some fun here, right? We gotta have a party room, right?
Yeah.
So this is what Jehoiakim's doing, right? He said, but instead, Israel got a corrupt, petty king who cared only for personal gain. Jehoiakim sought to build a palace for himself. They already had a king's palace. What are you talking about? You already had a palace. You think Josiah slept in a shack? He had a big house.
That was like Ted Cruz when we had that freeze in Texas. And everybody got no power. He flew to Mexico.
Yeah, he did. I remember that.
Yeah, he did. He got everybody clowned about it. It was a cat cool like a bug. Everybody freeze out. People dying because they're dying in the freeze out.
Yeah.
And this guy is not here representing Texas.
He's having a good time.
He got the hell out of here. Right?
He's just sipping Mai Tais out, smiling out.
He's like, uno más, uno más, uno más, uno más.
Mas. He got his feet in the water out. His feet in the water out. But listen. Nothing's new under the sun. This is what Jehoiakim
This is what these
doing.
bad kings do.
So it says, it gets worse though.
Oh, man.
And did so at the expense of his subjects.
It's even worse.
That's what I said.
Parasite.
Let's keep it going. That's why I got to read this before the verse kicks in, because it kind of brings context to it. They were forced to work for nothing. So people had to build the project. How do you go build this nigga's palace? It's a palace. I got to build your palace and get nothing for it.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. My family can't feed themselves. We're going to build your palace and no wages are coming out to the people.
Promises. He started giving promises.
He's smiling at.
Yeah.
So listen, work for nothing as Jehoiakim lavished his money on panels of cedar wood.
That's
what this is talking about, the cedar, right?
Yeah.
The cedar's going to be burnt up by the nations that come and take you over. You want to put all your money. I got to get the cedar of Lebanon.
Yeah.
Listen, I need, give me around 35 trees, cedar. I want the best. I want that redwood. I want that red cedar, 35. That'll be enough.
Good.
What's this? 35? No, we're going to do 40.
Yeah.
We're going to do 40.
Yeah.
40 trees. Send them.
Yeah.
Send them. Let's go. That's where the money went, huh? He got his chalice of wine. He's sipping on wine, smiling. He got lemons. He's holding like this. He's smiling out. He's moving in this chair like this out. He don't care nothing out. So this is what Jehoiakim's doing out when the people are hungry.
It's a jerk, sir.
That's my point. So when it says Jehoiakim lavished his money on panels, it wasn't his money, it was the workers' money. On panels of cedar wood. Then it says Jeremiah contrasted Jehoiakim with his father.
Because
What's that?
This is another dynamic of why the Most High said not to deal with kings.
Yeah.
This was a part of that king package we asked for. Everything goes back to us violating the Father.
Yeah.
It always goes backwards.
I know. So listen, let's go back in the scriptures real quick and give me verse 13 and 14. Now 13 and 14 makes more sense.
Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 13. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness.
And there you go. Woe to this guy that builds his house by unrighteousness. Read it.
And his chambers by wrong, that useth his neighbor's service without wages, and giveth him not for his
This
work.
is what this guy's doing, huh? Read on.
Thus say it said that saith, I will build me a wide house and large chambers, and cutteth him out with a window.
I need windows because I need to see. I need to see what's going out in these streets. I need to see what's going on. I need windows. I need a view.
I need encasements.
I need new shirts. I need this. And there's not enough light to shine in this. I need some more light. Give me the light. I need the light.
Yeah.
On the north, south, east, and west. Lights all the time. This is what this guy's doing, huh?
Yeah.
This is a shallow dude, huh?
It's like Gotham City. It's like Gotham City, the last one.
What?
You see Gotham City?
What do you mean,
The Bay episode?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't use movie episode, but listen.
The movie or a TV show?
The movie.
Okay.
Gotham City. Turned up. Everybody's all poor and suffering out there.
Yeah.
The elites doing well.
Yeah. Okay. That's all Gotham movies. That's all Batman movies. It's always that way.
But I mean, in particular, you saw the same rich poor dynamic.
Okay. Yeah. No doubt. I mean, that's always Gotham. Gotham's always dark, and the criminal underworld is on top of the world. I mean, they're strong. Everybody's hungry at. Anyway, let's continue.
So that saith, I will build me a wide house and large chambers, and cutteth him out windows, and it is sealed with cedar, and painted with vermilion.
That's where that red comes in. I gotta get that red paint on the wood to make it glossy. I gotta get the vermilion. I get the red paint.
That's that stain.
And you gotta put a stain on it, huh?
Yeah, you gotta put stain on the wood.
Yeah.
So when you said that was sealed with cedar, that was on the ceiling?
No, just the house. The house is sealed with cedar. I got the windows, and I got the building is sealed with cedar.
What, it's framed?
No, just he said the paneling.
Yeah.
Just the walls, paneling the walls. You know, in the 80s, they had the wood panel?
Yeah.
Like on the, you know what I'm saying, the old school 80s with the.
Scrape the leg on it.
Yeah. You are bleeding. You will bleed with those pants.
But that was just some pressed wood. That wasn't even no real wood. Yeah.
And you'll get red paint on them, some candy red.
Yeah,
now you know why Jake likes candy red. That's vermilion. Now we know. Now you know how you know it's Israel. Candy red, vermilion on some wood.
Candy apple over silver.
Apple over silver.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Apple over silver. That's phenomenal. Now you know where this comes from. That infatuation for red wood comes from.
In the midst of a crisis.
You don't care about none of that stuff. That's Jake wants red wood on everything they can get it on. That's great. These are just things, little things that kind of remind you why the Jews are the so-called black men in America. I'm sorry. So let's keep going. Candy red, painted with vermilion. Read on.
Verse 15.
That's crazy.
Shall thou reign because thou clothest thyself in cedar?
He says, shall thou reign? Are you going to be in power because you got the baddest wood house in the damn street side?
That's why people follow you?
But that's the point. That's what makes you a leader? Was that?
It said for the vermilion, it's also known as cinnabar. It said mining cinnabar was difficult, expensive, and dangerous because of the toxicity of mercury.
Mercury? Oh, come on, man. They getting the black lung. They getting the black lung messing with this vermilion,
To get that, that's crazy.
Mercury is blood poison.
Right.
It can't. Once it's in your blood, it never comes out.
Just because they want candy. Just because they want candy red.
So much red wood. I got mercury poisoning.
Wait, you said it kind of fast. He said so much red wood. I got mercury poisoning.
People love that.
That's what Pimp C said. He didn't say exactly. Oh my God, that's horrible. But that just shows you that they didn't care. This guy didn't care about people being damaged and harmed. Nothing of that. It was about the look, the cost, and the look.
Yep.
People were working and busting their tail and got no wages for that.
But you got to look at how the Most High feel about it, though.
That's the point.
And to expound on that, how the Most High feel about that, go to James chapter 5, start at verse 1.
Okay, James 5 and 1.
Read that.
James chapter 5 and verse 1. Go to now,
He said, go to now what?
ye rich men,
He said, go to now the rich. Most High said, go straight to the rich man and do what?
weep and howl for your miseries.
He said, tell the rich man to weep and howl for what?
Your miseries
Why? Read on.
that shall come upon you.
He said, go to the rich man and tell the man start crying. He said, because it's about to get bad for you. Read on.
Your riches are corrupted.
He said, your riches are what?
Corrupted.
Go ahead.
And your garments are moth-eaten.
He said, your riches are corrupted. He said, your garments are moth-eaten. All that expensive attire you got in the closet. He said, I'm going to have moths eat through it. What is the Most High saying? I'm going to attack your wealth.
Yep.
I'm going to attack your resources. I'm going to attack what makes you separate yourself from other people. What makes you think you're better than other people
Kinda.
is the fact that you have these resources. He says, so I'm going to, all this extra money, all this lavish lifestyle. He said, I'm going to attack it. I'm going to tear it down. Read on.
Your gold and silver is cankered,
He said, it's corrupted. It's rotten. Read on.
and the rust of them shall be a witness against you.
And he said, for the fact that it's being destroyed and useless is a witness that the Most High was against you. Read on. And he's going to explain. Yes, sir.
Because gold and silver don't.
It don't rust.
Nah.
Yeah.
So
There's something going on.
that's how you know the Most High is against you.
Yeah.
Because
Obviously,
for gold and silver to tarnish and oxidize. Now silver tarnishes. It does have oxidation. You know what I'm saying? But gold doesn't. But for you see your riches start to wear away.
Yep.
That's how you know the Most High is punishing you. Because your money's gone. It's being destroyed. It's becoming useless. Read on.
And shall eat your flesh as it were fire.
Go ahead.
Ye have heaped treasure together for the last days.
Can I say something?
And he said, let me get this point.
You got it.
He you've heaped treasure for the last day. I want to get to this one point.
You got it. You get it.
He said, meaning you thought that your wealth was going to be on reservation for you forever. You thought you were going to be able to stack up and lay up on your wealth that you accumulated. You thought you were going to be comfortable. But the point is this. Go ahead.
Behold, the hire of
That's
the
dope.
laborers.
And he said, behold, what is the Most High looking at? How did you get where you are? He said, the hire of the who?
See, that's what I was going to
That's
say.
what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
that's
we're
what I'm
both saying it. Yeah.
He said, the hire of your labors is what?
Who have reaped down your field.
He said, but what the Most High is looking at is, I'm looking at the people that got
Great
you to where
verse.
you are. I'm looking at those that
How'd you
did the
get
work.
rich?
Exactly.
How did you get so up so quick?
Yep.
Because when I'm gonna let you fast. That was what I wanted to say. Like, listen, is it about the riches or how you got the riches? Because the truth is this: when you're doing things the right way, the way to get to the top is longer. When you take care of people, you take care of the poor and the sick. Guess what? It takes longer to accumulate the wealth. The problem with a capitalistic society is that people get stepped on. Somebody got to lose for somebody else to gain. That's the problem. And people get corrupted, and once you get to a certain point, you establish monopolies where nobody else can get and challenge where you're at. So the problem with riches is the corruption that you have to dabble into to get there. Anyway, I know that's where you was perfect.
And 2 Corinthians 8 and 15, and then we'll come right back to James. Start at verse 14. And it's showing you how a righteous system is supposed to work. How the Most High would have kept blessing Zedekiah if that was the case. Jehoiakim, I mean, if that was the case. Read.
2 Corinthians 8 and 15.
8, 14 and 15.
Okay. 2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 14. But by an equality.
It says there was supposed to be a what?
Equality.
So if you have an equal running system where everybody is considered, there is no such thing as a wealth gap.
Yeah.
If you have an equal society, a society based upon equality.
But then that means there's nobody that's really on top of everybody then.
Exactly.
You can't get that. You can't create that space.
That separation.
You can't create the separation, and that's the catch.
That means everybody got what I got.
Yep.
And I got what everybody
There
got.
might be a slight difference that really ain't even noticeable.
Yep.
That means you can't separate yourself like a person might want to really come up that way.
You know what that means? That means that there's no ego strokes.
Oh, man.
There's no ego stroking.
And you can't buy all the cedar you want.
There's no, you know what? Because everybody got cedar.
That's my point. Everybody got cedar or nobody got cedar.
You know what I'm saying? We all drive Ford Tauruses.
Everybody
got Mercedes.
Ford Leafs.
Yeah.
Mercedes Leafs.
Nissan Leafs. We all got these. Right? So, you know what I'm saying? And nobody's living better than anybody else. That's how an equal society is supposed to be. Read on.
It says, but by an equality.
Go ahead.
That now at this time your abundance may be a supply for their want.
It said, but what you have as extra is supposed to be as far as to be able to fill the need and to fill the shelves. For who? For people that have want. Your extra income is supposed to go to other people's pockets that don't have.
Yeah.
Read on.
Your abundance may be a supply for their wants.
Read on.
That their abundance also.
And if it's fair, what they have extra is supposed to be what?
For your wants.
You scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Yep.
I don't want you to have to take care of me. I will take care of me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need nobody to take care of me. Read on. That means I can be selfish. Read on. I don't owe nobody nothing. Read.
That there may be equality.
Read.
As it is written, he that has gathered.
They said, as it is written, the way it's supposed to be in a righteous kingdom, if I got extra, I look out for people that don't have extra.
Yep.
Read on.
He that had gathered much had nothing over.
There is no surplus. I don't have a surplus. My surplus is to fill the need of those that lack. They feel the need of the poor.
Because even with this concept that you're explaining, if there's an equality, there's certainly people on the bottom that have needs. Specifically, widows and the fatherless children. They still need that extra that the husband would have been able to sit back and fill that distance and blank. Because that husband ain't in the picture, now more resources from the group has to go to the people who need.
And you know what the Most High showing? That he actually created enough to where the poor could be stable. You know how you know this is true? Because before the white man got to America, there was no such thing as a homeless Native American.
Yeah.
There was no such thing as a homeless Gadite.
Yeah.
Homelessness wasn't a problem in America before the white man got here.
There you go.
Because you know what? The treaties that Gad had prior to the white man arriving in America was, if you have a need, and it's still that way. You can still go to certain areas of America and go to reservations, and if you knock on anybody's door, they're gonna feed you. You're gonna knock on any Gadite's door, they'll feed you. If they got it, you got it.
Yep.
You go to Mexico, certain poor parts of Mexico, and it's that way. If they got it, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the best hospitality I've seen was in Mexico, in poor houses that didn't even have a roof or a floor. They had a dirt floor.
A tin
roof and a dirt floor.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they had food, they kept feeding you.
Yep.
And you were never going to be without no food. See, in a righteous society, there is no such thing as a wealth gap or a separation of income or resources. It's distributed equally. Read on. Read that 15 again.
Yeah, come. As it is written, he that had gathered much had nothing over, and he that had gathered little had no lack.
But the ones that gather little, if I didn't bring enough in to feed my whole household, guess what? I still was able to survive. Even though if I didn't have enough income coming in, I still was able to survive because I was able to survive off of who? The ones that were that had the extra. So if the resources are distributed correctly, everybody can eat.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can do well. And that was the lesson that the Most High, that's why the Most High is so angry, because there is enough resources to go around.
And it was also, I want to bring this out in Jeremiah, or about Jeremiah, it was the king, but it was also the princes. There was an issue with elitism in Israel, in Jerusalem.
Up top.
It wasn't just the king; it was the elites in general were making it about their pocket and their subsistence, and they were forgetting about the poor. Remember, we read about I guess the prophetess. The prophetess name. Her name was Hilda, and she lived in the college of Jerusalem. That was the second rate or the second level of Jerusalem.
Middle class?
The lower class.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It was called the college. And it was
Oh,
in
you brought
Jerusalem.
that up,
It
right.
was in the lower broker part of the country. You had elitism in the city. Then you had your farmers outside of it. Jerusalem was like New York or LA. It was the big city. It was encased. They were buying and selling a property because it was in an enclosed city. Now the outside cities were cities that were familial land plots that couldn't be bought and sold, but property in the city could be bought and sold. So there were people that were on top, and people that were on the bottom.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was even in the law, there was a law about buying and selling in a city versus ancestral territory that can't be bought and sold. They need to stay in the family lines. So there was buying and selling in commerce, and there was elitism. There was forms of capitalism in Jerusalem, and the Most High was showing you how there was rich and poor, high and low, and the poor were being taken advantage of. Let's not forget, I'm not saying that Ephraim wasn't getting paid back during the time of Solomon, but Ephraim and them were getting exploited too. Remember, they were having to do the dirt assignments of building all the walls and the grunt work for Solomon. And they were pissed off that Judah and Benjamin didn't have to go through all the grind that Ephraim and 9 had tried to do.
Yeah.
And that was part of the rift. So by the time Rehoboam got to them, they was ready to say, they said, cut our workload down and we'll mess with you. That was a problem and a mistake that had been initiated by Solomon. But nobody had the power and the strength to come against them. Anyway, you got more there? Because that was a perfect verse, bro.
Finish that in James chapter 5 and read that in verse 4.
James 5 and 4.
James chapter 5, verse 4. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you, kept back by fraud.
He said it's kept back by what?
Fraud.
You're defrauding people of labor. You owe them people this money. But you got this money sitting stacked up in your house. But that money was supposed to go to those laborers that brought you that wealth, that brought you these resources. Read on.
Says, crieth, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Most High of Sabbath.
So he said, man, the Most High saying, I'm listening to the cries of the poor, and that cry is reaching my ears. So because that cry is reaching my ears, prepare your wealth to be cankered. Prepare your wealth to be eradicated, to be removed. Because the ones that got you to that position are crying in my ear. No different than a wife. No different than a husband. If a husband is abusing his wife and her tears are reaching the Most High gonna come against that man. No different than the children. If they're being abused by overbearing parent, them cries of those children are gonna reach the Most High. It's all those people that are defrauded and stepped on, the Most High listened to. And then that's when he's bringing judgment. So on that point, this is what was repeated in Jerusalem. This is what he was doing. That's how he was able to pay for them cedar planks.
And the red paint. That kid in red vermilion.
You know where it came off the back of. That's why you know America ain't gonna last.
Kinda.
Because America was built off whose back? The children of Israel.
And then after Israel got taken down, then it can sustain itself after the blood, sweat, and tears of all the nations of the earth.
Well,
It started with Israel, and it ended with all the rest of the nations getting taken advantage of. Did you imagine this? I don't know if you heard about this on the news. You know, Iran has been a big problem for America for years, right, since the 80s. And the United States came to. Well, I don't know if you know about this, but before all this, when America was in Afghanistan, and they were fighting Afghanistan,
Enduring freedom.
yeah, when they enduring freedom, when they said that I guess what's his name? Not Saddam.
Gaddafi?
No. Come on now.
Ayatollah?
Osama. You know, Osama set up the hit for the bomb or the planes in 9/11, right? But then the funny thing is, until everybody knew that Osama was in Pakistan,
Right.
why go to Afghanistan?
Right.
So first of all, they go to Afghanistan knowing that Osama is in Pakistan.
Why land in the poppy fields?
They taking out the poppy fields. They do all this stuff. I'm gonna let you finish. At the end of all the war, nothing got accomplished besides some seizing of some land and possibly some oil reserves and natural gas reserves and some opium. They end up seizing $7 billion of Afghanistan's money. I don't know if you knew about that.
I know.
They have $7 billion of Afghanistan's money on hold because when they sanction you, they control your SWIFT accounts that you use to do business across the world. This is why when they took over Russia's SWIFT account and they put sanctions on them, they had like $800 billion of Russia's money, bro. They're just holding on to it. This is why Russia and BRICS is trying to eliminate the SWIFT account system. Because with the SWIFT account system, they can sit back and control all your assets or a large portion of it if you don't do what they say. So they want to set up a different currency and a different way of transferring funds one to another so they don't have to get stuck in a sanctions war with America. So anyway, the United States last few months said, okay, Afghanistan, I know we owe you your $7 billion. Do this. Go to war with Iran and we'll give you your $7 billion back.
See that?
Like, what kind of craziness
I'm
is
gonna give
this?
you your own money back.
I'll give you the money that we took from you. If you do what we tell you and go fight these Iranians so we can sit back and set up some wars to keep the Iranians busy on
Very
y'all.
dirty, yeah.
This is the game, bro. I'm going to give you your money back if you go to war and kill thousands and millions of your people or hundreds of thousands of your people in war against these Iranians.
That's not about voting. Ain't nobody vote for that.
But then they'll spin it. This is for democracy. This is for the democracy. All they gotta do is sit back and spin it and say, "Hey, Iran's doing this," and they sat back and bombed Afghanistan. The Afghanistan are fighting for freedom, so we're gonna support them by sending more weapons to them. That's what they would do. That's what they would spin it. But Afghanistan said, "No, we ain't doing it."
No, straight up.
They said, "No, we're not gonna do it."
It's not even worth it.
You know, you gonna pimp us with our own money?
That's
That's what I was saying. You're gonna pimp us with our own money that you stole from us? The war is over. The United States Army left Afghanistan. Now, did all the Army leave? No. There's Black Rocks out there. Everybody talks about Wicked Wagner. Black Waters out there. Not Black Rock, Black Waters out there. Because everybody talks about Wagner's. It's really a Russian extension of their army. And that's true. But they use Wagner to do ops and psyops and operations that are really Russian, but it's not really Russian. You know what I'm saying? It's like a for hire group that still answers to Russia, so Russia can have their hands in different countries' politics
Like we do.
without saying it's Russia.
Yep.
But America has their version in Blackwater.
Exactly.
Blackwater is out in Iraq right now. You know, Obama's like, yeah, we're going to pull out of Iraq and Afghanistan. We're going to get our boys home.
Right.
But then you sit back and send mercenaries out there to stay on top of the oil supplies.
We are gonna put-
Blackwater is also in eastern Syria, where all the oil and the damn grain of the country is. The eastern part of Syria is where all the money, where you can make all your money, and that's where America's at, taking shiploads and tons of oil and grain, and they're shipping it to their Blackwater compatriots in Iraq, and getting it shipped out to America. That's the game. That's the hustle.
It's crazy.
But so America does it under Blackwater. Russia does it under Wagner. Victoria Nuland came to Niger and said, "You guys better not be dealing with Wagner." Why? Oh, so but if you bring Blackwater, it's okay, right? But you better not be working with Wagner. Wagner's out there, by the way. That's why ECOWAS isn't so quick to send Nigerian soldiers to take out Niger, because they got to deal with Wagner. It's going to be a full-scale war, and the truth is, these Nigerian soldiers are going to lose because they're outgunned and outmanned by not Niger, because they're not strong, but you get Wagner guys that it's going to neutralize the whole battle. That's why they're having to sit back and think about how they're going to play this. They're trying to use France and America is trying to use Nigeria to squash this war, so they don't look like neo-colonialists that they are. They don't look like the bad guys, but they really are. But they're going to use all these shadow puppets to get the job done. I don't even know why I brought this out. We get talking to these talks, but I was just trying to show how they were using different people to get a job done, to extract resources out.
It goes back to resources and oppression by leadership and government. Piss poor government. Now you got Israel having piss poor leaders
And
who are
taking
just taking
advantage
advantage
of the people.
on a simple one-dimensional level.
Come.
Workers, the common man.
Yep. And this is how Israel operates.
Yep. Finish that in James.
Yep.
5 and 5.
I lost where I was at.
That extra gold and rust Most has their finger. Most has his finger on these wealth of the elite class of Israel.
Okay.
We're in James chapter
5 verse 5.
5 verse 5.
Done. Says ye have lived in pleasure
He said,
on the earth.
he said, this is why the Most High is so angry. He said, because I'm watching the people suffer, but you're living in what?
Pleasure.
Luxury.
You're living in luxury. You're living in pleasure while everybody else suffers. This is what makes the Most High angry in the Old Testament. That's why we're reading it again in the New Testament. That's why even today it's the same thing. It's just, the Most High is still angry while people live in pleasure. Other people are living in poverty. Read on.
Says, and been wanting.
He said, and you've been wanting. You haven't changed your heart. You still thirsty. Read on.
Crazy.
Ye have nourished your hearts as in the day of slaughter.
He said, but you're only nourishing your heart just so I can destroy it.
Yep.
You only feed yourself pleasure just so I can take it from you and rob it from you. And remove it from you. Read on.
Ye have condemned and killed the just.
Because there's only one way to separate from everybody else, and you got to step on the little man to get up. There's only one way to get rich in the world. Either you Solomon, and you do it through the providence of the Most High, or you're going to step on people. And you're going to step on it and forget about the small people. And that's capitalism. You step on small people to get up. That's how you get wealthy. Read on.
And he doth not resist you.
But
And they didn't deserve it. The poor man didn't deserve this behavior.
And this is what Esau says. Esau says you got to keep capitalism, because if you take away capitalism, you take away motivation. That's their big reason. They say if you take away the spirit of capitalism, you take away motivation. Which lets you know that the motivation of Esau is always greed and gain and taking advantage of people.
And consumerism.
Con. But it's about gain. And Esau said, you take away capitalism, you take away the reason the white man gets up in the morning. Is to get up and make more than you.
Yeah.
That's his reason, that's his motivation. Right. And that's why he pushes for capitalism so much in comparison to a communist or a socialist state. But keep going.
No, that's it. That was it.
So,
That's why the term socialist is such a negative.
Yeah. Because it's more of the it's about the allocation of resources and the motivation behind it. Because if the motive, if I'm working and a lot of my resources are split and broken up to people who are needy, then all of a sudden that de-incentivizes somebody who is pushing himself to the max. Because in his head, why am I going to push myself to the max when this guy gets to live at the house and chill and hang out all them day long?
Now we're dealing with the ideology of those different governments.
Now listen, I'm gonna say this: whether it's a Native American land or Issachar land, being lazy wasn't tolerated either. There would have to be some mechanism in place to force guys that don't want to work to go work for the greater good of the state. That's what doesn't happen in a socialist government, which is why the socialism is flawed too. Because there's got to be a mechanism to make somebody who don't want to do something do it. You got to contribute something, and that's why those old world countries, they had ways to sit back here and push guys that didn't want to do nothing. They had to.
But when you have a wicked society and a wicked culture up top, whatever idea or strategy you have is not going to be executed properly. Because the basis of the idea or strategy is going to be based off of greed or the lust of the flesh.
Yep.
That's why no methodology of the states works.
Yeah, that's why you got prison farms.
Yep.
Because you got to keep some free labor going.
Yeah.
Because, if we can't get people to work, then we'll just put you in a prison farm.
Yep.
We're going to give you hyped up charges,
Yeah.
20 years for a crack rock.
Yeah.
Well, but when Hunter Biden could have his nose laced on a regular,
That's recreational. That wasn't distribution.
That wasn't distribution. But our people get the worst sentences for the most mediocre crimes, and then they get 10, 20-year sentences. But what are they doing? What are they doing at prison? They're making bras. They're making canned goods.
Yeah.
License plates. They're making leather goods. They're making clothes. They're making all kind of products for what? 10 cents a day, a nickel a day.
Yep.
And you got to work all day to get a nickel. A nickel? In a 2023, you can get a nickel
slavery,
a day?
bro.
If that ain't slavery, I don't know what is. But that's how America keeps its, generates its income.
That's one form
One
of it.
form of it, yeah.
Yeah. So are we done with James? Okay, let's get back. Next man up. I don't know if Adam is you in the restroom, man?
He's coming.
Let's get you saluted in.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Howda, Banya Shawala.
Adam, show us on the top. Banya Howard, Banya Shala. I munch it. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahba Shem Yahshua.
All right. Let's get back in it. We're at Jeremiah chapter 22 at verse 15. We're going 15 to 17 and stop. Then we're going to go into this BKC again.
Jeremiah 22 and 15. Shalt thou reign, because thou closest thyself in cedar?
So you're going to reign because you've enclosed yourself in the cedar home. Read on.
Did not thy father eat and drink, and do judgment and justice?
So he says, didn't your father Josiah function, thrive, operated with the fruits of being a king? To eat and drink, when he did partake, and he was able to sit back here and do his king thing. Didn't Josiah sit back here and reap the benefits of being a king and be just? Can you be both?
Problem.
Solomon, when you read Josephus, Solomon, during his kingdom, he didn't have Israel doing mediocre, menial jobs.
He had the nations doing
He
it.
had the nations doing it.
Con.
He said they were just affiliated with warlike tactics and affairs.
Con.
He didn't have the people doing the piss poor jobs.
But he's like, listen, can we sit back here? Josiah was actually able to reap the benefits of being a king, and he was just and fair. Listen, do you think that this was the right time to build your palace? The nation was in a difficult spot.
Recession or depression.
They were in a recession. They were in a bad situation. They were a vassal state. If you're in a vassal state, that's not the time to build your palace.
Man, he was like Robin Leach, man.
God, Yes.
lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Yeah.
Israelite version.
Exactly. You're like, wait, can you do right? Put the Most High first, prioritize the men, and then when I get you guys out of this situation, then come back up with this king, this house, this palace?
Priorities, bro.
That's the point. Read on.
He judged the cause of the poor and needy. Then it was well with him.
He says, Josiah first judged the cause of the poor and needy. He got Israel spiritually on track. Then it was well with him. Then he took care of the things he needed to take care of and did his priest. Then he did his king thing.
It just shows you how Israel, how bad we want to come up. We want to. Our timing be off. Right? We want to come up so bad and taste luxury and taste wealth and taste comforts. You know what I'm saying? We're itching for it. Even in the worst case scenario, palm itching. We standing in the kitchen.
I'm telling you.
Shout out to Sebo, right?
Shout out to Sebo, man. So listen, the point is Israel always wants to have things, but doesn't want to prioritize the building of the nation first. And the crazy, it wasn't like this guy was like, NBA Jehoiakim. Like he was broke. I'm never gonna be broke again. He was from royalty. He had things anyway. Can you sit back here and just keep your father's house the way it is?
But even on a small level, you got brothers that'll have some money and it'll burn a hole in their pocket.
Yeah.
And they gotta spend it.
Yeah.
They gotta spend it.
Yeah.
On a small level.
Yeah.
And it's like, brother, now's not the time to buy some guns, bro. Or now's not the time to buy some chains.
Some clothes, some gear.
clothes. Now's not
Bunch
the
of
time
big
to do
face
that.
watches.
Watches and shit. They got brothers that do that today.
Yeah.
They'll go into their own little personal shits and it don't be the time for it, bro. Get your affairs together first.
Nah.
Get your household together first.
Facts.
Even on a minor level, because we can't relate to kingly
kingship,
living,
houses,
bro.
yeah.
But on a day-to-day level, brothers that go buy a $20 fish plate, knowing they got $20 to last for 3 days.
That's it. And they got to borrow $1 for the tax. I just borrowed.
I got $1. Damn,
You had to buy a $20 fish plate for lunch. It wasn't even for lunch, for brunch.
The eyeball was out like this.
I'm watching you make mistakes financially.
Damn.
Anyway, he's just showing you how low Israel is, because the problem is because we're so carnal. Purchases validate ourselves, make our spirit happy.
True.
Yep.
Because if it was really about, listen, it really shows what kind of man you are. If I value spiritual things, I will invest into spiritual projects. The truth is, if making the Most High happy was really what Jehoiakim was on his mind, he would have took care of the poor.
Yep.
But he didn't care about the people. The only thing that made him happy was his acquiring of things. And it showed you how base of a man he was. And it goes back into why the people chose Shalom, the youngest of the sons, to be the one that was going to rule the kingdom. The scripture says the people of the land chose Shalom. It wasn't like the next man up should have been the oldest son, Jehoiakim. But it was Shalom the people chose because he was the most responsible and well-rounded, and the Most High got him out of there because he wanted to speed up this downfall of the nation. So Jehoiakim was next in line that was handpicked by King Necho, and this guy was low level. But at least Necho could control him. And that's why Necho chose him. I can control him. He's going to pay me what I want. That's all Necho cared about.
Yep.
So, let's continue.
Then it was well with him. Was not this to know me, saith the Most High? But thine eyes and thine
He says,
heart.
meaning read verse 16 again. I want to make sure I explain this.
He judged the cause of the poor and needy.
This is Josiah. His father, Jehoiakim's father, Josiah, judged the cause of the poor and needy. Read on.
Then it was well with him.
Then he can sit back here and enjoy some of the fruits of his labor. Read on.
Was not this to know me?
Listen, don't you realize that how he did it was how you were supposed to know me? Through his example? Didn't I bless him?
You want to follow?
Didn't I make his realm the right way? Why wouldn't you follow that template that your father did that was so successful?
Spend your resources on the appropriate causes.
That's the point. But your father did it, and I blessed him. Why wouldn't you have followed this so you can know me? Read on.
Saith the Most High. But thine eyes and thine heart are not but for thy covetousness.
But all you care about is you coming up.
Damn.
All you care about is your money, your success, your growth makes you feel like you've accomplished something. Read on.
And for to shed innocent blood.
And now you're sitting back here and killing people and hurting people in your pursuit of your gains. Whether it's that the people that are trying to get that vermilion extract, people are dying off that. Just so you can sit back and have a pretty tent on your walls? How shallow are you?
But you know, it's hard once you've tasted that success or that level of comfort. It's hard to go down from there, to give it up. You got a lot of people that can't, you know, they can't function when they get knocked off their high horse. Huh? They can't go back to regular living. To them, it's beneath them. It's a shot who they are as a man or a woman.
And it just lets you know the environment of the city wasn't just him. Remember months ago we went about Joash and how as soon as his father figured the high priest died, the princes came to him and they said, "Man, it's now was your time to come up. You know, it's your time to make your own decisions. Come follow these guys with us." It was almost like he started folding to the peer pressure, to the environment of the princes, to that elite. And you know those princes was on his head. Listen, man, listen, you're the king now. Spend this money, man. Show us where your power is at. That social dynamic was heavy out. It wasn't just him just doing it. The whole environment was corrupt. Did you read on? He says so. And for to shed innocent blood.
And for to shed innocent blood. And for oppression.
And for oppression of the people. Read on.
And for violence. To do it.
Now, I'm going to read in this BKC. It says, Jeremiah contrasted Jehoiakim with his father, King Josiah. Josiah had done what was right and just and had defended the poor and needy. These were actions the Most High accepted of the king. As the Most High's shepherd, he was expected to nurture the flock, not decimate it. However, Jehoiakim inherited none of his father's godly traits. He cared only for dishonest gain, bloodshed, oppression, and extortion. This is a bad guy, bro. We're going to read verse 18 and 19.
Verse 18. Therefore saith the Most High, concerning Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, they shall not lament for him, saying, "Ah, my brother," or "Ah, sister."
He says the people ain't going to sit back and feel bad for him when he eradicates him, when the Most High eradicates him.
So is it just that malignant group? Is that what it boils down to?
I think it's this. Just because the father is a good man don't mean the kid's going to be good.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but it's also coupled with that just a malignant root, because you know you also got the opposite. You can have bad examples and get a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So is it just?
I just think it's whatever's in you, bro. It's gonna get exposed, and either you're gonna be humble enough to change it and fix it, or you're gonna go feed it. It's sad. It's scary because as you can sit back and raise a kid up, you think you know him, and all of a sudden, he shows what he is.
Because certain positions can put you in a position where it reveals those things that are inside.
And some people just aren't meant to lead.
Right.
Maybe if he was in a poor position, you get a different man.
Right. That's right.
Some people, when you get power, it changes them.
So
A lot of our people, when they get leadership, you can't tell them nothing at their point.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of leaders. You get power and you get rank, all of a sudden you can't be told nothing. But before they got rank, they was the coolest brother around.
I want to get this point too. Is Matthew chapter 23, verse 25.
Matthew 23, 25.
Read that.
Okay.
Matthew chapter 23 and 25.
Read that.
Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees.
So who carried the spirit that Jeremiah is preaching against?
The elites.
The elites.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Pharisees of the leaders.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So he's saying that the Pharisees carried the same spirit that Jeremiah is preaching against.
Because back in Jeremiah's time, they were referred to as the princes
Yep.
and the priests. Now they're the Pharisees and the Sadducees.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites.
He called them what?
Hypocrites.
Why?
For ye may clean the outside of the cup and of the platter.
You make yourself look innocent, and you make yourself look good on the outside. But what's in your mind, what's in your heart is different. You pretty up the exterior, you dress up the exterior, but the inside is corrupted. Read.
But within, they are full of extortion and excess.
And in the BKC, we just read that Jehoiakim, one of his traits was oppression and extortion.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing that the Pharisees was doing in the New Testament is the same thing the priests and the kings was doing in the Old Testament. And that extortion, by definition, extortion, the act or practice of wresting, which means to twist anything from a person by force, duress, authority, or by any undue excess of power. A legal exaction. So they knew how to make laws to where the poor had to suffer and they would lose. No different than raising taxes on an old house that's 100 years old.
Exactly.
Just to get the people that are on a fixed income to not be able to afford the house.
Yep.
And then get moved out because they can't afford the taxes.
Exactly.
That's the same thing as extortion. I know how to make a law where I know that it's going to be so grievous to you in your life.
You have to sell.
That you got to sell. That you got to give it up.
Or we'll just sit back and burn a part of a city and burn it down to where we know you can't pay for it and rebuild it. So you're going to have to sell it at cost. And then we're going to bring the elites in and live there. How in the hell is it in Hawaii? And all these poor people can't live in their homes, but Oprah's house is cool. Will Smith's house is cool. I don't know if you heard about that. No. That area, all those areas where the fires were in Hawaii, and all the tragedy of the fires in Hawaii. You know, Biden sat back and said, "We're going to give you $700 for $700 for every family whose house got burnt down." $700 in Hawaii. You know how expensive Hawaii is? Do you know how expensive Hawaii is?
Talking about a place that got $5 gallon of milk.
Kinda. Listen, all the people in Hawaii that got their house burnt down, they're gonna get $700 funky check out. I ain't gonna do nothing. No. But what's been happening? That same area that got burnt, they've been trying to get people to sell, and they don't want to sell because it's right adjacent to a rich elite area, and they're trying to make that whole area a smart area. Rich, elite, upper end. You have right next to the people who got the fires, Oprah, Will Smith, all the rich live there. Their house is fine. Their house is fine, but everybody else is burnt. Listen, I saw some stuff online about how the fire happened, where it came from. I ain't gonna say it online. It looked real suspect. It looked like a downward light that came down, and all of a sudden fire came out. How the hell this happened?
Same thing in California a few years ago.
Like where does light come from? Yeah. This light of fire that came down, and all of a sudden there was a fire that was controlled, and only it stopped not too far from where Oprah's crib was, but her crib didn't get touched.
I'm sorry. Did you see that movie, A Series of Unfortunate Events?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
hilarious. That light.
That eye.
Yeah.
Light was used to burn down the houses.
Yeah. That was a great movie.
Yeah, it was.
But listen, it was similar. Yeah. The whole area is burnt all the way here, and then the elite's houses are good. Wow. But now they're gonna pay them out at a cheap level. And then they can sit back and build on the cool and make the whole area a posh area for the rich because they didn't want to leave the area. The native people didn't want to leave. You can't do nothing with $700.
That's crazy.
They better have insurance. They better have insurance, or they won't get nothing out of the damn deal.
And they're robbing their houses of whatever was left remaining. There's a land grab, and there's whatever they're not allowing them to get back to their homes.
Yeah. But listen, if there's something there, it's gone. Burnt or stolen or robbed or looted. The point is, it's gone in Maui. The land is burnt up, and they're going to rebuild it and put the rich in there.
Never let a good disaster.
That's what they don't tell you.
Never let a good disaster go to waste. That's their mentality.
Listen, it's all on there, bro. Listen, the internet's watching, bro.
That's madness.
It is madness, huh? It was a money grab. It was a land grab.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13, verse 19.
Wow.
It is. Ecclesiasticus, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sirach 13 and 19. As the wild ass is the lion's prey in the wilderness.
Just like the buffalo is the go-to choice food of the lion.
Or the water buffalo.
The water buffalo.
Water buffalo slow, man. They want that one.
They want that one. That's thick. They said that's the choice. They said just like that's their prey. Read on.
So the rich.
So the rich do what?
Eat up the poor.
So who's the prey of the rich?
The poor.
The poor. How do the rich survive?
Eating up the poor.
Eat up the poor. That's how the rich stay in power. You got to eat the poor, and you got to find and they'll twist, they'll extort, they'll change laws, make laws. They'll pull eminent domain.
Yep.
They'll pull a law like eminent domain and say that's not your property no more. You got to give it up. You got to sell it and get off of it. Or they'll just say, you know what, manifest destiny.
Yep.
Manifest destiny is the same thing.
We were chosen by God to rob the Native American people.
Yeah. And as far as our eye can see, it belongs to us.
They were right on that point, though.
They were.
They were right.
They were.
Somebody gave him the lowdown on that, man. Maybe
But the Most High said you were far exceeded the situation, bro.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't want 20?
Yeah, we read 20.
In 20. As the proud hate humility, so doth the rich abhor the poor.
Exactly. And just like the pride hate humility, so does the rich hate the poor. So they eat the poor and they hate the poor.
You hate the poor because they don't want to have to be responsible for the poor. Like the white man's burden, not?
Yeah.
That's really what it is, right? That's how they look at it.
Yep.
And that's why they send all this money to Ukraine, because there's a profit out of it. There's not a profit in helping the poor out.
Yep.
There's not a profit in rehabbing Israel's drug use. Is there really any money in that? Ain't no money in that. Getting the homeless off the street. Anyway, now the only time it is, I don't know if you heard about this, how there's a bunch of abandoned hotels that the government is paying these hotel brokers a large amount of money to house the poor. They'll do it then. They'll do it if the government gives them kickbacks.
Yep.
That's when they'll do it. That's the only time they're helping the poor.
But it looks
if
like
it's a write-off, or the government's giving them direct kickbacks, they'll do it. If it ain't gonna get no money, if they're not making any money or saving money out of it, they're not gonna do it. Even all you see all Tom shoes, we're gonna give 5 cents to the poor little Hamite Africans.
$2 for every shoe sold.
Listen, what they're doing is cutting their profits. They're cutting their costs down, so at the end of the year they don't have to pay so much in taxes out.
There's no 30%.
It ain't no deeper than that. Because if they don't do it, they're going to pay the taxes for it anyway. So why not sit back here and front the money versus losing on the back end? I could front it because I was going to lose it on the back end in tax anyway, and I can get PR off of it. That's what white man does. They're smart. Let me sit back and look like I give a care, but I really don't.
Right.
Because I was going to pay this in taxes anyway. They got this system down to a T. Anyway, rich and poor, bro. So let's continue that. They do it a lot in New York City. Yes, they do. They sit back and set up the homeless, give them little places, but the government is giving them kickbacks to do it. Where are we at?
Tourism is down anyway. It wasn't going to make no money off them down.
Yeah. And that was the point. They weren't going to get the money anyway, so why not use my hotel to sit back here and house them? And I'm going to make the money once I want to get them out, I'll refurbish it, clean it up, and be done with it. I can put the money I'm making into refurbishing the hotel.
And in New York, in New York, landlords were famous for burning houses down to pull that insurance money out.
Yeah.
And once they got that insurance money out, they was done. They wiped their hands with them areas. They was burning them brownstones down.
So, yeah, it really is bad. So where are we at in well, let me finish my reading with BKC. No, did you finish 18 and 19, sir?
I'm on 18.
Let's go 18. 18 and 19.
Jeremiah 22 and 18. Therefore saith the Most High concerning Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah. They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, sister. They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory.
They're not, listen, when he dies, because he is going to die, the people are going to be like, man, I don't even care, bro. I don't even care if this dude's dead. This guy's been screwing us over for years. Let him die. Kinda. Read on.
He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem.
They say he's gonna die and get cast away beyond the gates of Jerusalem.
No honor.
No, he's gonna die a very dishonorable death. Listen, think about this message that's being conveyed to Jehoiakim by Jeremiah. You know Jehoiakim is like, this guy got to die.
Oh yeah.
First of all, he's uncomfortable.
He don't want to eat the
He's
check.
moving on weird now. He's uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's sweating right now.
He's sweating. But
It's hot in here right
it's
now.
hot. He's like, it's hot in here, man.
Anybody get some water?
Yeah. Open my windows up, man. Open my windows up, man. I need some air. That's what they're here for.
Fanners,
Yeah,
please.
fan me.
Come.
Fan hard. I need wine. Give me wine. Listen, I need water. Give me wine and water. Listen, he's sweating. He's stressing that out. So this is one of the first times that Jeremiah starts hitting him up about his conduct. But this is one of many times he gets hit up. So, did you finish 19?
We're on 20 now.
Let me get to 9. Let me read along with the situation. Because of Jehoiakim's heavy-handed oppression, the people would not mourn for him at his death. Instead of a lavish funeral normally given a monarch, Jehoiakim, Jeremiah predicted, would have a burial of a donkey.
Damn.
Wow.
When an animal died in the city, it was simply dragged away from the spot where it died and thrown outside of the gates. That's what you do with an animal.
So he was the animal.
He was. Jehoiakim's body would be treated with the same contempt. Jehoiakim died in late 598 BC, like I had mentioned, when Nebuchadnezzar seized Israel the first time. He seized them in December of 598. Okay? And Jehoiakim died late in 598 BC as Nebuchadnezzar was advancing on Jerusalem to punish the city for rebellion. We'll get there. Perhaps, as some suppose, Jehoiakim was assassinated. Now this is debated. It's debated if the people killed him before Nebuchadnezzar got there or Nebuchadnezzar had him killed. It's debated. Okay? So I'm just going to read what this version says. I can't guarantee this is how it happened. Yes.
What makes him think he was assassinated?
Well, that's just what he says. But I've read in different books and different scenarios that Nebuchadnezzar came and killed him and threw him over the damn wall.
Yeah, mysterious death though.
It's a death that's different type of versions of it. What we do know is that he died dishonorably.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says perhaps as some suppose. That's why it's kind of like supposed. Jehoiakim was assassinated in an attempt to appease Nebuchadnezzar and spare the city. But I don't see that because the son came into power right after that. We'll explain it as we go into it later on. I shouldn't even go into this part any further because there's no need. But let's keep going to verse 20. We're going to read from verse 20 to verse 23. We're going to get down to this point very soon.
Jeremiah 22 and 20. Go up to Lebanon and cry, and lift up thy voice in Bashan, and cry from the passages, for all thy lovers are destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
I spake unto thee in thy prosperity, but thou saidest, I will not hear. This hath been thy manner from thy youth.
He said, he spake unto thee in thy prosperity, but thou saidest, I will not hear. That's how most of us are. When things are going good, we don't want to listen. When things are going good in our life and we're comfortable, nobody wants to hear.
Yeah, that's potent.
Kinda. I'm yelling that right now.
I missed that one.
That's potent. In 21. I spake unto thee in thy prosperity, but thou saidest, I will not hear.
Oh, that's Israel. All the way.
When things are going right,
Can't do nothing.
when you listen, when you're making money, you're looking good, you're feeling good. Now you don't want to hear it.
That's why I said in Deuteronomy 8, it said, when I was giving you great and goodly houses, man, make sure that you don't forget the Lord.
Shit, that's the first thing you do.
He said that for a reason.
Yeah, I know, because he knew us. That's why Moses said, I know when I leave, you're gonna utterly corrupt yourselves. He knew it. That's why, and Josephus says we grew effeminate when we got our land. Can't be told nothing. So let's continue.
This hath been thy manner from thy youth.
Because Chris is the most High said, I knew you from your youth. You were this way. You were spoiled. You wanted leisure. You wanted comfort. You were never built to be a leader. You were never built for this. And this is why the people of the land didn't choose him in the first place. Because out of the four, Shalom was the best of the four, and he was corrupt. The Most High took the best of the four and never let him come back to Israel. Because you know why? If the best of the four would have stayed, more than likely the destruction would have taken a lot longer to happen. So that's why he had to move Shalom out the way.
You know, we don't even think about retirement unless we know we're comfortable.
Yeah.
Like them thoughts don't even come in our mind until we know. Okay, we start thinking about, man, I'm at a position, I'm at a point. I'm at a comfortable. I made a nest egg. I made a pillow for myself. So I'm at a point where I'm comfortable enough to say I think I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
But when you poor, you ain't thinking about that because you gotta keep grinding. You don't have the liberty to say, you know, I'm gonna sit and rest and chill and
you're more humble.
And you're way more.
And
humble.
this is why the Most High keeps us humble. He keeps us broke because he knows our nature. Because if we had too much, we wouldn't know what to do with ourselves.
Corrupt ourselves out.
Kinda.
That's why I said riches are deceitful.
Kinda. It gives you a false sense of reality.
A false sense of righteousness too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I must be on point because I'm everything is well.
Yep, brother. But Most High, like, I knew this was in you from the beginning. So it was only the Most High knew he had to let him come in for it to fall. He brought Jehoiakim in there so it can't fall.
Damn.
Think about that. He said, from your youth, I knew this was in you. So he was destined to take Israel down. And Zedekiah was even worse. His other brother was even worse than Jehoiakim. Anyway, let's continue.
That thou obeyest not my voice.
Mm-hmm.
The wind shall eat up thy pastors, and thy lovers shall go into captivity.
Everybody who's telling you everything is good and you're doing a great job, which was those princes, they were the first to go into captivity. The princes and the elite were pulled out. All the other people who had money and had political influences were his lovers. Remember I told you it wasn't just Jehoiakim? It was Jehoiakim and all the princes that was riding with him who were yes men and telling him he should sit back and exploit the people. Because they were exploiting the people.
They had a fall too. They were winning off his crumbs.
And that's the point. It's just like if I am the president. It was like what they said is they were trying to like just bang on Putin when remember during the Sochi Olympics, the Sochi, SOCHI, it was in Russia, and they were like, yeah, Putin and his minions. Putin will sit back and hire his friends do the construction contracts on all the sites and all the gymnasiums and all the locations. So his homeboys were getting the contracts and getting paid, whereas it was supposed to be like an open bidding system
process. Yeah.
There should be 15 bids, and I picked the best bid. No, my homie, Miske gets you get it, buddy. You've been with me the whole time. You get the deal.
Yeah.
Mishka gets it.
Yeah, Mishka, you get this. Over there, Boris, you get that. Vladimir, you take that one. You get that one. And all his homeboys, the princes, the oligarchs, they get first dibs. So the princes
need another yacht.
Yeah. That's my point. Listen, but in this situation, the same thing. All the princes that were locked into Jehoiakim, they got the deals.
It says it's not what you know, it's who you know.
That's life in general. These are facts. Well, nepotism or just people that you're connected to. So, what is this saying? This is happening here, huh?
No, that's his junior mafia. That's his junior mafia. That's his junior mafia.
That's his junior.
Little Caesar was no good rapper.
The Prince, he was not a good rapper. Little Caesar was not good at all.
He wasn't good.
He wasn't.
Caesar Leo.
He wasn't. He wasn't good. He was a regular, ordinary guy.
He won.
That spit a little bit.
He wasn't no Mace.
Nah,
he wasn't Murder Mace. Yeah. He wasn't Mace Murder. So, what are we saying in the scriptures that the princes? So you gotta take me into the rap world. I'm trying to stay spiritual.
Piggybacking off of him.
Everything goes back into like hip hop. Right? What's going on here? Right? 90s hip hop. Right? It always goes back to 90s hip hop. Right? Is it died? Because hip hop dies at the 90s. Right? It's dead. Right?
Yeah, it's gone.
It's dead. Ja Rule, get out of here. Right? It's over. Right? Anyway, it's the truth. He killed it. But where are we at? What verse are we at?
We're still in 22.
Yeah, give me verse 22 from the top again.
The wind shall eat up all thy pastors, and thy lovers shall go into captivity.
So there were pastors that were siding, pastors, teachers of the Bible, that were siding with Jehoiakim. Siding for gain. You're going to read all throughout Jeremiah how they were constantly like yes men that were lined up with Jehoiakim, that was ready to kill for Jehoiakim, that was ready to sit back here and do whatever they had to do to sit back and stay in line with Jehoiakim. Pastors, priests, prophets, and princes. That's just your lovers, the people that you're in bed with, your business partners, the elites that are co-signing your policies.
Is that where that term comes from? You're in bed with
Yes, with this guy, with this business, with his partner.
That's interesting.
Read on.
Surely then shalt thou be ashamed and confounded for all thy wickedness.
He says, you're going to be ashamed and confounded for all the dirt is going to catch up to you. And you're going to get exposed, and you're going to get embarrassed. And I'm also going to reveal where you're at. Read on.
O inhabitant of Lebanon.
Hold on. Let me make sure I got this right. Are we done with that? It's 22 or 23? Yeah, read 23, sir.
23. O inhabitant of Lebanon, that makest thy nest in the cedars.
He calls him the inhabitant of Lebanon. Was he inhabitant of Lebanon? No. Lebanon is Tyre and Zidon. But he's calling him an inhabitant of Lebanon because all these goddamn trees you got from Lebanon.
Oh, that's a clown move.
He's clowning him, man.
That's crazy.
He's calling him an inhabitant of Lebanon because you got all Lebanon's trees in your house.
The Most High got a great sense of humor.
He's like, you're an inhabitant of Lebanon because all these trees you bought. Also off the backs of the people that you were supposed to pay.
And you're saying that's where your mind has been this whole time anyway. Your mind has not been on the poor.
Your riches, your money, you coming up.
God, bro.
You might as well go more don't you move to Lebanon then.
If you want to
get all those goddamn big trees.
You like the wood so much.
That's the point.
Man.
That's what he's saying. That's what's happening.
That's like, I'm sorry.
What's that?
No, it's like those rich people. Like I'm gonna bring Maui here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring Michael Jackson. I'm gonna bring the Palm.
Yeah. We're bringing Neverland over here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's what he is.
That's crazy.
Read on.
In 23. Oh, inhabitant of Lebanon.
That's like, what's her name? The co-host, the Edomite lady that did the show. She brought Epstein Island to her set.
Yeah, that was DeGeneres.
Ellen DeGeneres. If you look at the background of her set, look just like Epstein Island's place, man. The blue and white background, those buildings that Epstein Island's was, that was what her set looked like. It was the beach. It was the beach in the background of Epstein Island.
It had the temple too?
Yes.
It had the temple of Epstein Island and it had the palms.
That was Ellen DeGeneres' set in LA.
When the celebrities go to her set, it's like, they kind of know.
They know what's up, It's like a little
yeah.
That's what it was, Zach. I'm serious.
Insiders Club.
Yes. It really was. It was like, why does this guy got this shirt of this red-faced Wilson ball at? Anyway, that's a whole other story. I'm not trying to take it to
change the whole.
I'm not doing that.
Let's be the wicked or the wicked. And he's in Lebanon.
I've got super like red pill, and I'm going crazy with this stuff. Watch Twitter; it will change your life.
Yeah, but
if you watch the right people.
But this is the issue.
I'm not going any further with that. I'm done.
I'm almost out of here. I'm trying to go back. I'm trying to beam back in.
The House of Lebanon.
Okay, the House of Lebanon.
He turned into Gucci Man. Lebanon man.
He turned Lebanon.
Golly, yes, Lebanon man. So let's get verse 23 out.
They call me Lebanon.
Let's keep going out.
God, Jeremiah 22 and 23. Oh, inhabitant of Lebanon, that makest thy nest in the cedars.
You make your nest and your home with these cedar trees. Read on.
How gracious shalt thou be when pangs come upon thee.
Listen, how you going to be? You smiling now. How you going to react when your whole world falls apart? And all these people that are telling you you're doing good, what are you going to do when Nebuchadnezzar comes down here to break you? Read on.
For real.
The pain as of a woman in travail.
It's going to be these quick pains. These not quick, but these pains that are constantly happening, and you can't do anything about it. Read on.
As I live, saith Yahweh, thou Coniah?
Though Coniah.
Though Coniah.
Coniah is like the short name for Jeconiah, which is Jehoiakim's son. So he says, though Coniah, Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim. Read on. Read it from the top again. Read it from the top again. Matter of fact, no, let me read this. We'll get there.
That's crazy. Like the nickname.
Yeah.
The shortening names. That's an Israel thing.
Kinda. So, because of Jehoiakim's foolishness, Jeremiah called on the city of Jerusalem to lament her fate. This passage should probably be dated in late 597 or early 59. I'm sorry, should be dated in late 598 or early 597. This is a prophecy, and the prophecy is for the time of 598 to 597. Like I said earlier, December of 598 was when Nebuchadnezzar came in and took out Jerusalem and took all the princes and all those yes men and those pastors and those elites and shipped them out to Babylon. That was in 598 December. 597, I'm sorry, yes, because the years get lower. So in 597, in March, was when Nebuchadnezzar came back again. For two reasons. You can't you can't besiege in the heart of the winter. It's too hard supply wise. So they went in, they broke him, they sent the first wave back. When the snow and all the ice thawed, they came back right after that, and they came and took out Jeconiah, which was the son of Jehoiakim. In 597, the early part of the spring of 597, they came in and they took him out. So this prophecy that we're reading in Jeremiah 22 is about that time. But as he's communicating and prophesying to Jehoiakim, that was around 609, 608 BC. Okay? So it was like 10 years. It was in between 10 years, 11 years of his rule when things were going good. Things were going good from 609 to 605. Because in 605, just so we know the history, that was when Nebuchadnezzar came into power. And all of a sudden, that vassal relationship between King Necho of Egypt and King Jehoiakim of Israel got nixed. So for 4 years from 609 to 605, Jehoiakim was comfortable. 609 to 605 BC, he was smiling, he was taking advantage of people, he was building his house. But after 605 was when Nebuchadnezzar came in. And that relationship got rocky.
605?
Yes. The relationship got rocky between Israel and Babylon. Because now, you weren't supposed to, you couldn't send your payments to King Necho. You're going to send your money to King Nebuchadnezzar. And we'll go into that in a little bit. But that's when things started falling apart. And all the alibis weren't matching up. Okay?
If I can get something on that point that the Most High is bringing to his attention, Proverbs 23, verse 1.
Proverbs 23 and 1. When thou sittest to eat with a ruler, consider diligently what is before thee.
So, he said when you sit as to eat with a ruler, he said you should consider what is before thee. But what he's saying is not so much, because sometimes we get caught up in the environment. Damn, I can't believe I'm here at the palace. I'm eating with the king. But what you should consider more is, where did this come from? Wow. How did this man get to this position? Not be so much elated and caught off guard by how the palace and the spread is luxurious, because you hear about rappers talking about how Drake's house, they get awestruck when they go to Drake's house because his house is crazy big, and they can't believe when they're in Drake's house like he got his own private basketball court, private showers, private everything, or but they're not considering how did this man get this money? You know what I'm saying? What did he do? You know what I'm saying? How many people he put in the dirt? Because we never know what he's doing. You hear about XXX, but you hear about you get there and you're awestruck because you're there. You're in the White House. You're like, man, look at how they eat. Look at the table. Look at the buffet. But consider how this person got this wealth.
Off slavery.
You know what I'm saying? Look at how they got this point. Read on.
Wow.
In verse 2. And put a knife to thy throat.
He said, "Put a knife to your throat," meaning what? Don't just dive in and gorge in and become one of the lovers of those princes. Don't become one of those lovers of people that could provide you a certain lifestyle. Don't be so quick to enjoy their benefits and their resources. He's going to explain why. Read on.
If thou be a man given to appetite, be not desirous of his dainties.
Why? Why don't he said don't desire what the kings have. Don't desire what the elites possess. Don't be envious of those who are wealthy and rich. Read on.
For they are deceitful meats.
He said because those meats are what?
Deceitful.
Those meats are deceitful meats. So those meats are no good for you. And that person that's eating those meats, that lifestyle is not going to be afforded to that individual for very long. Jump down to verse 5 to prove the point.
Verse 5. Wilt thou set thine eyes upon that which is not?
He says you want to be jealous over somebody that has a luxurious lifestyle, but that lifestyle don't last long.
Here they go tomorrow.
That lifestyle is short-lived. You know what I'm saying? You want to be Birdman, you want to be Jigga, you want to live like Beyonce, and you want to live like Will and Jada. That lifestyle don't last long.
I know what they got.
Yeah, exactly. He said don't become so enthralled and infatuated with other people's lifestyle. He said because when he says that comes to naught, meaning it won't last. Read on.
For riches certainly make themselves wings.
He said riches grow what?
Wings.
Man, they grow wings.
What the hell is that? It's Proverbs, man?
Yeah, it's
Sounds like
Proverbs.
a Proverbs verse.
23 and 5.
Yeah,
That's a
come.
great verse.
He said riches grow what?
Wings.
They grow wings, bro. They're not just Red Bull give you
They're
wings.
here today and they go tomorrow.
The riches give you wings too. They're only here temporarily. You think you can sit back? The Most High doesn't have it set up where the wicked can enjoy themselves for very long. That's why he said
You got to keep doing wicked.
Yeah, you got to keep becoming wicked. He said don't. That's why he says don't try to be desirous of what they possess, because what they have is short-lived. Read on.
They fly away as an eagle toward heaven.
It said they go back to who?
Toward heaven.
Which is where?
The Most High.
The Most High take them riches back. And that's what the Most High is telling the kings. That's what Jeremiah is telling Jehoiakim. I'm about to take back everything that you got.
But the funny thing is, when you read that, you think it's happening tomorrow.
Yep.
He was in power for 11 years. Most High takes time. He gives people time to change. Jehoiakim was in power for 11 years. And the Most High kept sending Jeremiah into the damn teeth of wild beasts to drop this information. And we're going to keep reading about how difficult and how crazy this is. And how much he went through to even just deliver the message that wasn't listened to for 11 years.
Verse 4 in that proverb, last one.
In verse 4. Labor not to be rich.
That's why the Most High said what?
Labor not to be rich.
That's why he says don't do your work just to accumulate grand amounts of wealth. Labor not to be rich. He said because the rich have something else coming. They have something coming for them. They have an undesired expectation that's about to meet them.
Because the crazy thing is, the Most High, every one of us, especially in the work, you get an opportunity to come up, and he wants to see you going to take those resources and help the poor,
Yep.
the sick, the weak. Are you going to take those resources to build you up?
And the Most High gonna hold you accountable for those resources and what you do with those resources.
Yeah.
You got to answer for those resources.
Yeah.
You got to answer for that wealth.
Yeah.
That could be a part of your condemnation.
Yeah, I know.
He said, "Labor not to be rich." Go ahead.
Cease from thine own wisdom.
And that's where he said the danger is once you get rich, you start making decisions.
Yeah, sir. 40.
You got choices.
Yeah.
You making choices you never had to worry about making before. You get rich, you got choices now. When you're poor, you get what you can. You appreciate what you got.
Yeah.
But those choices aren't always beneficial. So he said that's that's the downside of having that lifestyle. That's why I said don't envy that lifestyle. It's a downside to it.
Okay.
Okay? Go back to
Let's do Ecclesiasticus 34, verse 21 through 22. And we're going to finish up Jeremiah 22 also. We've been on Jeremiah for a long time, man. So we got 30 verses.
So 34 what? Sorry.
34 and 22, 21 and 22.
Sirach 34:21. The bread of the needy is their life. He that defraudeth him thereof is a man of blood.
Listen, this one of Moses said that this guy was a shedder of blood. Jehoiakim was a shedder of blood, literally and figuratively. He was actually obviously killing people in his extortion plots and his forcing of taking lands. And you gotta understand, if Jerusalem was a city where you can buy and sell property, you don't think he probably expanded his land property and made it bigger and larger by robbing people and forcing people to sell for cheap deals? He was taking advantage of people. Then think about this. If I'm taking advantage of people, then I'm going to take advantage of people for my prince's sake. Hey, I need this piece of land, sir. Can you sit back and take care of me? Okay, then we'll force that guy to sell. Remember what Ahab did when he tried to get one of the Israelites to sell him his land, his garden? He said, I want your land for a garden. He said, no, sir, this is my ancestral land. I don't want to give it to you.
Yeah.
Then he went to his room and he was pouting and he was complaining to his woman, Jezebel. He won't let me. You want to sell my property to him?
Yep.
I gave him a good price and everything. He said, don't worry about it. You the king, right?
Yeah.
I got it. And they gave the guy a phony charge out and had him killed, and he took the land and gave it to the guy. That's extortion. That's extortion. These are the type of things that Jehoiakim was doing. He was that bloody man. And he was bloody because he was stealing and robbing from the people from their wages. Was that?
I got this to our own people.
Yes, we always want to talk about the white man this, white man this, the white man's the devil that the Bible speaks of, and he is. But we were doing dirtbag stuff to ourselves before the white man even had an opportunity to do bad to us.
I got posters right here.
Yeah.
Isaiah 1:21.
Isaiah 1:21.
Uh-huh.
How is the faithful city becoming harlot? It was full of judgment.
It's based on idolatry. It was once full of actual righteous judgment for the poor, for the lame, for the sick. Read.
Righteousness lodged in it.
Strong morals, strong ethics, strong benefits for average man and woman.
But now, murderers.
But now it's just a bunch of O.J. Simpsons out there? Or is it guys that are doing these dirty business deals? Take advantage of the poor. Those are the murderers.
Because in order to come up, in order for a prince to come up, a regular person's got to suffer. And it's that simple. Keep going.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay.
Read down to verse 23.
Okay, keep reading.
In verse 23. That princes are rebellious.
There you go. Listen to those people that are in elevated positions in Jerusalem that are connected and close to the king. This is why a lot of times you're going to read about King Zedekiah. And you're going to read how weak he was. You're going to read about how weak Zedekiah was because Zedekiah was afraid to concede on certain situations because of what Jeremiah told him. Because he was afraid of what the princes and the priests were going to say.
Peer pressure.
It was peer pressure because the princes and the priests had their own political agendas. And they were using these weak kings to get what they wanted in their position. This is how corrupt it was. This is why even though Josiah did all those reforms, King Josiah did, it didn't matter because the root was still malignant. The princes and the priests and the pastors were wicked as hell and they were self-serving. So all it took was one or two weak, impressionable leaders that they can bully around to establish their agenda.
Yeah, 23 says it clearly. Read.
Mm-hmm.
That princes are rebellious.
Not about the Most High's word. Read.
And companions of thieves.
Meaning they are thieves.
Yeah. If you're hanging with thieves, guess what? You're guilt by association. If you're hanging with a bunch of thieves, that means you're a thief.
Exactly.
You know?
Everyone loveth gifts.
A bribe.
I'm about my benefits.
A bribe, a favor for a favor.
Exactly.
Yep.
You do this for me, I'll take care of you. A favor for a favor. Read on.
And followeth after rewards.
I mean, they don't have their spiritual purpose. There's no spiritual purpose.
None. None.
Their purpose is to gain and to grow supposing gain was godless, or to gain and grow for themselves.
So let me sit back here and befriend this king, because I know if I befriend him and I help him in his political situation, because why would a king bend to the prince? Because the princes had more power than you thought. And the princes can make life miserable for a king. Or the princes can make life easy for the king.
Based on the deals you get or don't
Yeah,
get.
that's
that's the point.
That's like our kids getting rejected at Ivy League schools, but then some certain individuals having enough money to pay for a guy to take their kids' tests to make sure that they take their exams, their SATs, and then they pay $100,000, $500,000
That's real.
to make sure that this other guy takes this test for your child. Submit this test to this university, and your child gets to get in.
Did you hear about that white woman that was on Full House Act?
Yeah.
Because that was what she did. She didn't pay the people to take the test. She just paid the entry people at USC to get the admissions people. She paid the admissions clerk, and they got both of their daughters into USC, and they were some regular
And those subpar students.
And that's how they did it. And they do that all around America, bro. Harvard, Yale, all those top spots. Yes, sir.
In the medieval times, in most cases, the power wasn't with the king; it was with the barons and the earls. That's where the power lay.
And that's the thing. So the king, most of the time, was just the puppet that could be maneuvered. You're going to read about it. When you read about Zedekiah, how weak he was, the princes had a lot more leverage in the society than it came off to be. So they would sit back here and work on these weak-minded men. Think about this. It's even working now. Listen, all these leaders in Africa and Zelensky. Zelensky was a comedy guy, bro. He was a joke. He was wearing spandex and doing his little weird ass dances. He was a comedian. He was a joke. He was a joke, and he wasn't taken seriously. And they took this guy, they financed him, they backed him, they elevated him. They gave him all the money he needed to be comfortable, and he just became their puppet. This is how regimes rise and fall all the time. They get a person that just does what they're told. Listen, you deal with the political stress so it doesn't look like these NGOs or the United States is in the middle of it. You do the work, I finance you, you get the job done, so our agenda is established. The people in the background are the wicked ones. They're the masterminds. The princes and the barons in the background, they run the show. The king is the puppet. You ever watch Braveheart? It was the same thing there.
And they have to get elected.
Think about this. Everybody loved Braveheart. He was badass. Right. But how did he get taken out? King Longshanks sent some couriers to what was that guy's name? The Baron guy. His father had all those warts and the disformed face. Oh, yeah. You get my point. He was the one that pulled the string to get him set up. Because even Braveheart said, if I don't get the princes on my side, we can't win this war. Right. We got to get the princes again. But they was fighting over land and money and power. Because that was and whatever they could do to sustain their position for generations to come. That's all the princes were concerned about. So they were the ones who ran the whole show back in the ancient Scotland, back in England, back in Israel. The princes were people that were next to the elites, next to the king, who had the king's ear. They ran the show.
The elite class.
The elite class ran the show. It's the same thing now.
The 1%ers. Man.
The 1% that's not in the forefront. Right. There's scriptures about the wicked when you read in Job and Proverbs where the truly wicked can't be seen. The truly wicked are not, nobody knows who they are. They're in the background, literally like damn Dark City side.
Yeah, they don't
live in the background.
They don't report their wealth.
They don't report. Nobody knows. Everybody. Listen, if you watch infographics or all these different shows, they'll say the Rothschilds aren't even top in anymore.
Really?
Yes. They will say the Rothschilds aren't even as rich as people claim to be because there's nowhere to trace where their money is. There's nowhere to trace their wealth anymore.
So the potential could be, but you can't.
You don't know.
Right.
Listen, who knows who is a major stock partner in BlackRock and Vanguard? It's not a publicly traded firm.
Vanguard is huge.
Vanguard and BlackRock is huge, and nobody knows who's in it. What I do know is this: BlackRock runs all the major businesses in the United States and globally. You just don't know who's in control and who's a major share partner in BlackRock or Vanguard.
You say they don't have to report their members?
They don't have to report who's in it. So you don't know who's controlling it. And they did that on purpose because it's a privately traded company.
Yeah.
And that's how you don't know. You can't follow the money. You do know that these companies are monopolies because Pepsi owns water and all these little. Because I never understood why in the hell in the Super Bowl are they pushing Pepsi? Pepsi sucks. The damn drink sucks. Why are they always pushing Pepsi at the Super Bowl? They're spending billions of dollars on this bullshit ad. But you know, Pepsi has those tentacles in Minute Maid and all these things. They run everything in that food industry. What am I trying to say? The people in the background are the ones with the real power. The princes in the background were the ones who had the real power back in the time of the kings. You had a handful of men, Hezekiah, Josiah, who were strong enough to sit back and go to battle with these guys and not let their political power get in the way of establishing righteousness with the Most High. That was what made Josiah and Hezekiah so much greater, because they had to deal with all this politics. And even David had to deal with politics.
And this is why there are civil wars in countries, because when you have the princes on oppositional sides, it automatically splits the nation.
Listen, for instance, in Niger, why would there be a coup in Niger? The past head of Niger, you know, he was Ishmaelite, right? He's an Arab. But in Niger, the Ishmaelites only are 1% of the nation. How did a damn Ishmaelite, who the majority of the people are Africans, how did he get to be the king or the head? You think he's sitting back here and making policies on behalf of the Niger people? Hell no. And that's what they're saying. How is this Ishmaelite guy the king or the head, and he's screwing us over? He's doing deals with the United States and France, and we're getting screwed out of our damn resources.
Puppet governors, yeah.
And this is the thing. This is what happens all the time. You put weak puppet governors, so all the powers that be got to do is pay one guy. That one guy can take care of himself and his direct cabinet, and that's it. This is what happens in Guatemala, these Central and South American countries. You pay one guy, and you deal with all the problems with the people, deal with their poverty. I'm paying you. I'm not paying nobody else. So now it looks like it's a democratically run government. Even though we spent all the money on your political ads, we got you there. Because it takes some money to even get the necessary propaganda out to the people necessary to vote for you. Once we got you there, you're in our pocket. You deal with the political strife. I pay you. I get sweetheart deals on your natural resources. I get sweetheart deals on your natural resources. I bring my team from the United States to come in here and exploit you. You guys stay poor. We get rich, and then the one puppet king gets rich. This is the game. This has been going on from the beginning. This is what's happening with the princes in Israel that were getting gains while letting the king get his little riches, get his little money off the people. But the princes were the ones coming up, doing these extortion deals, doing these hustles. This is how it's been going on from the beginning of time.
Politicians, man.
So now we're in Isaiah 1 again, 1 and 23, right? It was 23?
23.
23, latter half.
Read it from the top. Verse 23.
Isaiah 1 and 23 from the top. Thy princes are rebellious, and companions of thieves. Everyone loveth gifts, and followeth after rewards.
Damn, bro.
They judge not the fatherless, neither doth the cause of the widow come unto them.
That's not economically viable.
Yep.
The cause of the widow is not something you can commodify.
Yep.
You can't financially benefit and grow your company off of widows, off of fatherless children. There's no financial incentive for that.
Yep.
So it reveals the heart, because why you have the power, you have the wealth, you have the opportunity, you have resources. Why are these boxes unchecked?
And this is the sad thing. This is why, I love my people too, and we all want to get to the kingdom. But if we got our power, our 40 acres and a mule, or we were all sent to one area called New Israel land or Newfound land, guess what would happen there?
Same thing.
It'd be nothing but war and corruption and wickedness going on. A lot of murder, right? Say for instance, the white man said, listen, we'll give all the Negroes and Mexicans in 12 tribes Texas.
Oh, no.
We'll give you Texas, and that's it. Let's just say, for instance, a make-believe scenario. All of Israel got Texas, and the rest of the white men go to the rest of the places. What happened in Texas?
Start debating over
Maybe a
breakdowns.
crater here. Maybe a crater here. And a lot of our people leave, go to the white man.
No, it would be.
Let's just say you couldn't leave Texas. You're going to stay in Texas, and all of your people stay in Texas.
If they have Blackistan on, it would be okay.
Blackistan
It is. We have Blackistan. Blackistan is just our people's current state.
What am I trying to? If there was a land called Blackistan and it was in Texas, what would happen to it?
Destroyed.
Anarchy.
It would be nothing but anarchy.
A couple parts would be okay.
It'd be gangbanging.
No, it wouldn't. Listen, I don't even want to say. Listen, of course it'll be a lot of hood, but even in the infrastructure, it's still going to be rich and poor. It's still going to be lords and serfs.
Back to
people are going to still be. It's still going to be classism. People are going to still be taken advantage of. The poor are not going to be considered. It's going to be the rich and the elite and then the poor. It's going to be that. And it's going to be called Blackistan.
We attack those who they think is more powerful than them.
It's going to be exactly what happened in Jerusalem. That's why the Most High is not going to bring us back together.
Christ said in Matthew 25, a nation divided against itself shall not stand. Or 12 and 25.
Come. Well, we're not united now. We're going to be united then. It would be all hell breaking loose like it was happening here. Even if it was an Israelite style situation where everybody had to be Israelites. Then there'd be a guy that says he's a king. Another guy says he's a king. And guess what? There'll be a war to see who's the king.
Well, that's not. I don't. It'll be Mexico.
That's exactly what it is. But this is the nature of man. This is the nature of mankind. It ain't just the white man.
The cartels versus the rich.
That's my whole point. Is trying to explain this is going to happen if we was in power or not. He's just like, listen, Israel, I'm done. I'm going to give all these nations a shot before I come and take it all over again. That's what this is all about. When you read in Daniel's, it explains in Daniel's 2 that this is the age. Israel's time was over to be in power. Now it's the nation's opportunity to run it and see how they do it. They just perfected it. They just perfected this barbarianism and made it more efficient. So, let's keep going. Where we at, man?
Isaiah 1 and 24.
Okay, let's do it.
Therefore saith the Most High, the King of hosts.
Did y'all want to go to verse 24? Or are we done?
No, you got to read down and keep reading down.
Okay, let's keep going.
Therefore saith Yahweh, the King of hosts, the mighty one of Israel. I will ease me of mine adversaries and avenge me of mine enemies.
We're his adversaries now because we're about us. That's that carnal mind. Carnal mind is enmity against the Most High. I'm an enemy of the Father because I'm not about my people. Like these celebrities, not about their people. Like us amongst our own selves, not about our people. When you're not about your people, why is that? Because your personal sensual interests are more important than your people. Mm-hmm. Therefore, you're God's enemy. Your adversary. Read.
And I will turn my hand upon thee, and purely purge away thy dross, and take away all thy tin.
I'm taking all your tin. Tin also is a commodity. Yeah, it's a low-level commodity.
You needed to make bronze.
But I'm going to take your riches. It said if we're connecting this to the construct of a person that's financially viable, you're going to start losing your wealth, diminishing.
Yep.
Read.
And I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning.
Listen, I'm going to take away the people that are financially viable, and I'm going to restore the correct judges, the people that correctly use the scriptures and have the correct mindset when it comes to applying the wisdom of God to take care of the poor and the needy. Because he's the God of the poor and needy also. Not just the God of the rich. Read.
Afterward, thou shalt be called the city of righteousness.
Then, once we purge away or we drain the swamp of
Israel. Oh, man, that's a Trump statement.
That's why
we're going to drain the swamp. Like, guys, we're going to drain the swamp. We're going to drain the swamp of these Democrats.
Listen, bro.
That sounds like Trump right there,
Most
man.
High's going to drain the swamp.
I know.
Most High's going to drain the swamp, right? He's going to drain the swamp of all the people that are sitting here and they're parasites. The white man's the bloodsucker of the poor. Why? Because he sees that we can do it.
He watched black man do it first. How about that?
Like, I can do it better than him.
How about the white man saw us do it and said, I can do it better. I'll be better on my paperwork while I do it.
Exactly. He's the opposite of Robin Hood. He's the opposite of Robin Hood. Robin Hood, rob from the rich, get the poor. He saw this rob from the rich that's negative of your own.
Well, don't forget, Robin was my black face. How about that one?
There you go.
The sheriff of Nottingham was a black dude.
Yep.
How about that one? Yes. Hell yeah, that was England. During England, that was us. robbing each other. How about we were in the position of priests saying, if you give me X amount of pence of silver, I will pray your son to heaven because he's in purgatory.
That's us.
How about that was us? How about the Canterbury Times? That was us. You know, the Canterbury Tales? That was us.
Yeah.
That was us shafting and robbing each other. I'm going to tell you what. We did it, and the white man just did it better than us.
So I could
How about that one?
I could do it better.
I can sit back here and take this system and tighten the paperwork up on it.
Yeah.
That's what Jake does not do. They will not do paperwork. They will not. They do not do paperwork. I don't even say who it is. They do not do paperwork.
Don't expose us.
Don't expose us. It's the truth. But let's keep
I know
going.
what paperwork is. Go ahead.
Isaiah 1 and 26.
Keep reading.
And I will restore thy judges as at the first.
Once all the elite of our people, or the classism element of our nation, is diminished, how do you diminish it? By having other nations break down the society and create a complete recession or depression.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And thy counselors as at the beginning.
And thy counsels. Then you have righteous counsel, not this garbage counsel that people be getting. Counsel like David's son's counsel.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want her, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
Pretend like you're sick.
I remember that, yeah.
There's negative counselors in Israel too.
I remember that.
There's good counselors in Jew land, and there's also bullshit counselors in Jew land that are counseling for benefits. Read.
Afterward, thou shalt be called the city of righteousness.
And once you pull out the negative elements on a societal level, then the nation has a gold standard. It happens on an individual personal level, and it happens on a really like a group level. Read on.
The faithful city.
The what?
The faithful.
Because now people rely on the Most High now, not their riches, not their personal wisdom.
But don't forget, this chapter in Isaiah is for the future.
God.
This is a future prophecy. This is down the line. This is the end times. It's after the end times. Like when Christ comes back.
That's when Christ comes back.
Because it ain't here yet. It ain't been since the decline at the end of in Jeremiah. It ain't happened. I just want to make sure we explain this, because this was before Hezekiah when this was written, but this is a future prophecy down the line about the downfall of Israel and how he's going to eventually bring us up with prophets and teachers that are molded after his own heart.
And
right?
He has to do that by purging the selfish elements, selfish leadership, selfish incentive. Why do you think every class we teach is based on that concept?
Because that's the nature of man. And not just the white man, all men. To take advantage of the weak. Take advantage of the sick. Use leverage and control over the people. And your power over the people. So, let's get back.
Finish that one more time. Go down to verse 29.
29?
Mm-hmm.
You want to keep going through it?
Yeah, just to verse 29.
Okay.
Isaiah 1 and 27.
Uh-huh.
Zion shall be redeemed with judgment.
So will we redeemed or saved when we have the correct perspective, the correct judgment, biblical judgment,
he'll get
biblical perspective. Read on.
And her converts.
And our what?
Her converts.
And converts. Why convert back to the right way of doing things? Why repent from my ways and see that my methodology doesn't work. My approach does not work. Read. It's not beneficial. Read.
With righteousness.
With correctness. Read.
And the destruction of the transgressors and of the sinners shall be together.
So the people that are selfish, that are taking advantage of the poor and weak, and the people that are morally corrupt in general are going to be destroyed together. The business savvy guys that take advantage of the poor and look clean, and the guys that have no moral in that poverty condition. Because we also, poverty reveals the heart. It's like riches reveal the heart. Read.
And they that forsake the Most High shall be consumed.
And they that forsake or forget about the Most High, the ones that forget about the Most High's pursuit and make about their personal pursuits. That personal idolatry, going into serving their belly, their personal appetites, that's more important than the Most High and what the Most High got going on and our development as a nation. It's about the me agenda. But they got to perish with that. They have to perish with that destruction.
But what do we forsake the Most High for? Read on.
For they shall be ashamed of the oaks.
Oh,
Of the
man.
what?
Of the oaks.
We forsake the Most High for that wood.
Oh my God.
Bro, it's something about wood grain.
Oh my
And that's not Esau. That is not an Edomite thing.
It's not just a Texas thing.
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
Gripping
They
grain.
want colors on that wood too. They want color. They want real color.
It's colors, it's wood grain, it's mahogany, it's redwood, cedar wood. It's something about wood, bro. What's about wood? Why we gotta love wood grain so much? Hardwood floors,
Gripping grain.
gripping grain, wood,
Gripping
working my wood grain wheel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I gotta make that wood grain wheel.
Yeah.
Now that's a whole song. The whole song's about.
And that was a great song. That was a great song
Wood
too.
grain wheel. Now I said, oh my God, my spirit's getting touched, and I don't know why. I don't know why my spirit's touched.
Yeah, now you know.
Now I know that's how I have me going. I got a bottle of Hennessy in my hand. I'm like, oh. I got the strong grapes out. The strong grapes and that wood grain just got my mind, got me all turned up. What's going on,
Grapes and wood grain.
Strong grapes.
Strong grapes.
And wood
The grapes
grain.
have the color of the wood grain.
Got
They
the
go
black
together.
man's soul
They go
just
together.
pulling the black man's soul.
And then I'm puffing on the wood tip.
A wood tip Swiss. What is going on?
A wood tip Swiss and sweet. That's how they knew to put a wood tip on that.
Yeah.
They said, man, if you just make a cherry
Not plastic, gotta be wood.
flavor wood tip cigar, oh man, it's million souls.
Trust me, the black man's this demographic's gonna love
Yeah.
it. Trust me.
Wood tips, cherry flavored, watermelon, grape.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm saying?
God, bro.
Flavors,
We know
flavor.
our history, yeah.
Better than us. Better than us, huh?
It's like, we know they're gonna love it. Trust
Yeah.
me.
Wood flavors.
Golly. We put the 40 ounces down now. We picked up the wood tips and the wood grain out.
My God.
Read on.
For they shall be ashamed of the oaks which ye have desired.
And most I say, because it's about you and your house and your position and your life and your pleasure
And your wood.
and your wood. You gotta suffer for that. Read on.
And ye shall be confounded for the gardens that ye have chosen.
You just about confounded for the gardens. Because what's those gardens about? You're planting your investments.
Yeah.
And what else are the gardens about? Those improper entheogens, those improper plants that people get high off.
It's facts.
That poppy seed, that was poppy, cannabis, and what else? Huh? Yeah, all those little plants, little mushrooms growing.
Yeah.
Israelites and little plants that get high and feel act like they're spiritual. I'm into earth.
There's a lot of our people. I'm in a botany. No, you like smoking weed.
Yeah.
And you want a cheap way to smoke your weed.
Yeah.
If I'm a horticulturist, now I'm in a horticulture.
Get out of here.
Now you gotta have the light at a certain temperature. Okay, now you care about trees so much. Then why don't you sit back here and get tulips in your house? No, I don't want tulips. Give me that stuff.
There you go. That's what it's really about.
It's the truth, right? It's the truth.
It's about your garden, your pleasure, your.
We're not talking about people who garden for food and to eat. We're not talking about that. Because that's not what most our people want to do. They want the garden for their trees, like to smoke.
Yeah.
And these are facts.
And then they get so into it. You know, I got the purple. This is northern sky. I don't know. Yeah, you get
Purple
them all.
haze, all that crap.
Like,
Yeah.
This purple, northern sky. And this right here is this has the crystals on this one are strong and the crystals not. What are you doing, huh? They're all into the
bro.
details of it, like it's the scriptures.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to have the scriptures on that level. They have these plants on that level.
Yeah.
Read on.
For ye shall be as an oak whose leaf fadeth.
And man,
Listen, the oak was supposed to be built to last for lifetimes.
Yeah.
But that oak is going to fade. You were created to last forever, but there's a poison and disease in that oak.
The oak will.
And that's what has to fall apart. Keep going. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off.
That's perfect. Remember, you read Psalms 101. It says you should be like a tree that planted by the rivers of water, that bring forth fruit in season, and his leaf shall not wither. Right? Because the Most High planted that man. Ain't by the rivers of the water, which is the scriptures. This oak is planted where? In his pleasure. And because it's in his pleasure, he's going to fade.
It's not going to last.
A rich man shall fade away in his ways. The scripture says that. Read.
Let's finish 30. Let's just finish with 30.
And as a garden that hath no water.
And you know what? There's no water because your personal pursuits were so much more important than the scriptures. Your personal pursuits were more important than the endeavors for your people and taking care of your nation. So how can you focus on the book and your personal interest at the same time? Ain't gonna happen. So this is why men dry up spiritually.
So let's keep going. Now let's get back to Jeremiah chapter 20 and verse. We finished. Let's get to 24. It was 24, I think, that we stopped at.
Is it Jeremiah 20?
22,
Okay.
and I might have said 20. Sorry, Jeremiah 22, verse 24 through 27.
Jeremiah 22 and 24. As I live, saith the Most High, though Coniah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, were the signet upon my right hand, yet would I pluck the heads.
So he's saying, listen, Jeconiah, which is the son of Jehoiakim, he says, were the signet upon my right hand, meaning, hey, you're going to be the next one up after I take out Jehoiakim. He says, I'm going to pluck you up right after that. I'm going to take your son up after I take you out, Jehoiakim. I'm going to pluck up Jeconiah and take him out right after that. Because Jeconiah got taken out 3 months after Jehoiakim got killed. Jehoiakim got killed December of 598. 3 months later, January, February, March, when the spring kicks in, Nebuchadnezzar comes right back to Jerusalem. Jeconiah comes out with ambassadors of peace. And he gets snatched up by Nebuchadnezzar and gets sent to Babylon, along with the next wave of princes and craftsmen and the workable people of society get taken out on the second wave. The best of the people really get taken out the second wave. The princes get taken out first, and the leadership. Then the people that can actually do things in society got taken out second. Then you had the dregs of society just stewing in Israel for the next 11 years under Zedekiah the king. So keep going. These are just prophecies about what was about to happen. Read on.
25. And I will give thee into the hand of them that seek thy life, and into the hand of them whose face thou fearest, even into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans.
You're going to be sent into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans, just so we know the Chaldeans are Hebrews. Chaldeans have roots to the Hebrews. They're not Israelites, but they are Hebrews. Okay? So because people always want to know who the hell was in Babylon in the first place. It was Chaldeans and a mixed posh of people that were in the land of Babylon. Yes, sir.
I thought the Chaldeans were north of Babylon.
The Chaldeans were assimilated in the culture. Don't forget, the Chaldeans were like the priests back in the time of Abraham in Babylon.
I thought they were just the peoples, though.
They were a people, but they were a people that were priests.
They were the sorcerers.
They were sorcerers.
The magicians.
That's the better word. The sorcerers and the magicians of Babylon. Yes, they were the ones, along with the Egyptians, that had a straw hat. That were the magicians, the spiritual type people of the land at the time. In the time of Abraham, that Abraham was checking and correcting about the one true power, but they stayed in Babylon.
Can I ask this question though?
Mm-hmm.
Would the Chaldeans or the magicians and sorcerers be akin to the scientific community?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. A lot of the science that the Babylon
I'm not trying to hit you up.
that survived. The science that survived from Babylon, the Greeks took it.
Well, and I'm gonna say this to people: those elites, those princes, and those priests that stayed in Babylon, they took a lot of the Sanhedrin was put together based on that information they learned from Babylon, or the Talmud. The Talmud that eventually was written down over time. It started as compilations of Jewish mysticism. Jewish mysticism came with the combination of Hebrew ideas, their philosophies mixed in with Chaldean religion and belief systems. That's what the Talmud is. And then it started in Babylon. And then what's funny is it got finalized by white Jews in Babylon in the 500s AD. But it started when we got captured. What you gonna say?
So would you say that was the seed for like modern Kabbalah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's the seed of that would be the Chaldeans.
It's the Chaldean and Hebrew mixtures. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It was still Hebrew philosophy mixed with that was what I was trying to find to the Sanhedrin. It was the Kabbalah. That was because it was the Kabbalah was combined with Hebrew and Hebrew and Chaldean mysticism.
I thought that was Khazarian. I never really looked into it, but I just assumed
But the thing is, it started when we got captured in 598 BC, and it got perfected down the line in Babylon years later. Because even the Talmud was compiled from priests and rabbis. They say around 200 BC was when it started getting compiled, but it was the doctrine was in place when they got to Babylon. It started getting written in 200 BC, and it was finalized in 500 AD in Babylon. So it started in Babylon, it finished in Babylon. 500 to 500, 500 BC to 500 AD, all the compilation of this Jewish / Chaldean mysticism was put together.
in the Talmud.
Yes.
All right. So it's you would say it's almost one and the same.
I can't say that because I've never read I've never read the Kabbalah, and I've only read a little bit of snippets of the Talmud, which was wicked itself. So I can't say that for sure.
Okay.
They could be two different aspects of the same concept.
Yeah.
But the Talmud, I've been reading. Listen, I wouldn't tell for anybody to read the Talmud.
No.
Talmud is a bad book. But I was reading a book about the white Jewish culture, and it kind of gives snippets of the Talmud. And the Talmud is all about taking scriptures and finding loopholes in scriptures to justify wicked and lewd acts.
Yeah.
That's really what the Talmud is. And it's a compilation of different rabbis and priests of different times and their take on homosexuality. Their take on what's the earliest age I can deal with the child without it being wicked and lewd. So it's really foul book. Now, I've never read the Kabbalah, nor do I want to read the Kabbalah. But I'm pretty sure the Kabbalah is another level of Chaldean mysticism and Babylonian mysticism sprinkled in with all the wicked approaches that the Hebrews had started dabbling in when we were in our power. Because don't forget, all these priests and leaders that left Israel, what was the Most High's problem with them? They were serving Baal. They were serving idols. So they took all that knowledge of their idolatry, mixed it in with Chaldean idolatry, and now you got your Kabbalah. Mixed in with whatever. Was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you say the Khazarians will find it then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think,
All right.
listen, I don't know when the transition actually happened,
Right.
but the Khazarians took it, and by 500 AD, they took it, and it was theirs.
Okay.
And then from there, they end up teaching. This the catch. I don't know if it was our people that taught the Khazarians or the Amalekites up in South Georgia, Russia, or was it their people that brought it up there and taught it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't prove it. But what I can say is in the 8th century AD, they were taught in the Khazarian land about being Jewish. And they took on that complete identity. And they weren't Jewish, they were more Talmudic, is what they took to themselves.
Yeah.
The Talmud, listen, if you sit back and read about the white Jewish people, they don't really read the Bible.
No.
They believe in the Talmud.
Exactly.
And they're Talmudic more than Hebrew. We're Hebrew. We stick to the scriptures. The white Jews, they follow the Talmud and make that their foundation of
Spiritual
the
base.
application of spirituality. So that's what happened. But they were taught by Jewish or Jew people that was in Babylon in 500 AD.
And it goes back to the concept of
To
the
the 8th
Pharisees.
century AD, yeah.
Of the Pharisees, because the Pharisees had their particular sideline system.
Well, it was their whole set of loopholes.
Yeah.
That you can take the scriptures.
Yeah.
And now I can inject what I think it really is,
Pharisee-
or what I think it should be
Huh.
by verbiage.
Yeah.
If it's but the proper interpretation comes from this is what the scripture says. How can I spin it based off the words that the scripture provided?
To benefit
If you
me.
really want to sit back here and be negative, I can take a scripture and spin it how I want to spin it to fit me.
You're now.
And
Like
that's what
pastors.
rabbis did. But that's what Pharisees did before Christ came. That's why Christ came and attacked them the most.
Yep.
Because they were creating loopholes from the beginning with their doctrine. And then I think, this is my opinion, it got worse as Esau got a hold of it. And by the time you got to the 500 AD, it got more worse and more
Because of
corrupt.
Romans, right?
And then they sat back here and took that concept and that compilation of the Talmud from 200 BC to 500 AD, and they took it and taught these Edomites the Talmud concept.
So would you say it morphed at that point into the Kabbalah? Or
I
was the
think
Kabbalah
I think.
always
Well,
there?
see, you keep trying to combine the Talmud and Kabbalah.
Right,
I don't
right.
know. I can't tell you with confidence how they connect to each other
Okay.
and how they implement the Kabbalah. I can't say that, but I do know the Talmud was pushed as the foundation of the Amalekite Jewish nation, and I think the elites would have access to the Kabbalah, and I think the regular people were using the Talmud to operate on a basic level.
So would you say there is some sort of shoestring connection?
I
You
can't
gotta
tell
research, buddy. You gotta research.
No. The problem is you can't listen.
And you don't
I would say don't research it
Yeah.
because in order to get the answer, you got to get your foot in some Kabbalah knowledge. And that's a land that you ain't supposed to dabble in. That's a set of knowledge you're not supposed to tap
Those
into.
curious books,
And
huh?
I would avoid that if I were you. But I wouldn't doubt there being a connection.
Can I read this? Matthew 15:1 real quick.
15 and 1 and what?
1 through 3.
You never tell me what the inverse is.
Oh yeah, this is yeah.
It is. I gotta type it for the people, man.
He likes it open.
He always does, but it's cool. 15 and what? The 3?
Yeah, 1 through 3.
Matthew 15:1. Then came to Yahushua scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, "Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders?"
So he's saying that besides the law, you have the law, you have the commandments, but then on the side of the commandments, you also had what?
The tradition.
You had traditions, right? So that was the Talmud, was their writings, these writings that came from these Pharisees.
Yep. And that had been accumulated. That had been getting accumulated since the time Israel got sent to Babylon in their captivity. It had been accumulated since then. Okay.
Yeah, the rabbi's writings composed the Talmud.
Yep.
Talmud is all rabbinical literature, and these rabbinical literatures are based on the time frame or writings by these rabbis that damn near supersede the commandments. And this is what Christ is saying. He said, "You got your tradition. You trying to come at me about my disciples not washing their hands as if that's law." Read.
For they wash not their hands when they eat bread.
It said, but remember, when was the basin made when you're supposed to wash your hands? According to the law. The law is when you enter the sanctuary.
Yep.
There was a basin at the door of the sanctuary.
Yep.
That you're supposed to wash your hands in and make sure that you're clean.
Before you establish your ceremony.
Before you do your ceremony.
Wash your feet and your hands.
Yes. That was a bowl that was already there at the door of the sanctuary. That was the time that you're supposed to wash your hands. But he said, they're saying it's a new tradition now that you can't eat your food before you wash your hands. Wash your hands before you eat. Now we know that's a germ thing. That's it's a safety thing. But that's not a law thing. But that's not a law thing. But now they're taking these laws and adding on to it and making it now as if it's law. And that's why they're trying to check Christ about his disciples, saying, "Why do your disciples not follow the tradition?" Read on.
For the Most High commanded, saying, "Honor thy father."
No. Read verse 1. Start at verse 2.
Verse 2. Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders?
He said, but you got tradition of who?
The elders.
The elders. That's not law.
The rabbis.
The rabbis have their own rabbinical set of literature that they want the people to follow. And that's what the Talmud is about. But Christ says what?
For they wash not their hands when they eat bread.
Go ahead.
But he answered and said unto them,
but what did Christ tell them?
Why do ye also transgress the commandment of the Most High by your tradition?
It's a boom. So right there, Christ is showing what? He's showing right there that you had law, but then you also had what? Tradition. And so people tried to make tradition law, and it wasn't that way. And so this is why Christ is already battling the writings or the suppositions of the rabbis.
It's crazy.
So that's why
the Talmud.
Or the Talmud.
Which ended up turning into the Talmud.
Yep. Rabbinical literature. Because that's a lot of traditions. Especially when you get into, like, say for example, when you go to when you go to say a ceremony, right? Say Feast of Tabernacles or even better yet Hanukkah. You know, when you say Hanukkah, we got the menorah. You got the menorah. You know, there's a specific way you're supposed to light the candle. You know, you gotta take the lead candle, the middle candle, and on the 9 branch, this is a 7 branch. You got a 9 branch menorah. You gotta take the lead candle, and then for every day you gotta go this way, then this way, then this way, and then light this candle, and then with this candle. When you light this candle, there's a specific prayer you're supposed to make for this candle. Yeah. Then you're supposed to take this candle and connect it with this day. Yeah. Then there's a specific prayer you say for this day. Who created that?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Tradition.
It's tradition.
Right.
It's tradition, right. But it's not necessarily law. But that's what they're trying to say.
And then when they start establishing those, you can sit back and stretch out more traditions and you exerting your opinion in the midst of these things.
Yep. Because now it's almost like that style of belief is mandatory. You know what I'm saying? It's mandatory if you're going to observe the Most High correctly. When that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to read that he said that you light the candle this day and this way and this prayer for that candle. You're not going to read that in the law.
Mm-hmm. And then if they have the boldness to establish that, then they're going to keep establishing different opinions on how the Bible and the Scriptures should be looked upon.
Right.
And then when the white man got his hands in there, it got even worse.
Yeah.
Listen, there was a book we read, it's called Facts of Facts. I know you've read it too. That the white Jews ended up changing in the 11th century. They created a prayer, first of all, before the 11th century about that all the Jews were white Jewish people were supposed to pray during the Day of Atonement, how they were supposed to pray for their sins. There was a framed prayer that all the white Jews prayed about in forgiveness of sins that they did for the prior year. But in the 11th century AD, a rabbi, I forgot his name, changed the prayer up and made a prayer to ask for forgiveness for all the deals that were going to be broken and all the sins that we're going to be doing for the upcoming year. And then it became law after the 11th century that the white Jews pray for all the sins they're about to do and all the shady false things they're going to do for the next year. So all of a sudden that means I can keep lying and robbing and stealing next year and I'm already forgiven because I prayed that next year all the sins I do, forgive me. And then the next year, guess what? I want to pray the next year that when I rob and steal and take advantage of people, that you forgive me. So I get a mulligan for the year. That's what you're getting. You're getting a mulligan of sins for the whole year, so you can do what you want and say what you want, and you're okay. That's literally traditions of men that you just create and change to justify whatever suits you. That's just on a larger, worse level than where we're at with Christ's time.
Colossians 2:8.
So it's not retroactive, it's like a proactive.
Yes, I am going to sin. I'm going to lie. I'm going to do shady deals. And I'm asking ahead of time to forgive me for what I'm about to do.
And that's also connected to that false Christianity ideal that was put in church that says, Jesus died for your sins, past, present, and future. Which leaves the notion that you can sin and it's okay. Because the church pushes that concept too.
Well, yeah, but I just want to make sure it's a separation because these people don't even deal with Christ. They don't do nothing Christianity based. This is just concept. I'm using the Torah and these concepts to justify the wickedness I'm about to do, and my justification is a Day of Atonement prayer. That was a tradition that was established by my forefathers in the 11th century that justifies God's going to protect me from the sins I'm about to commit.
Yeah.
That's pure wickedness.
Pure negative.
Pure. So we had more in this verse or what?
Just
You have Colossians? Okay.
2:8 real quick.
Colossians 2:8.
Matter of fact, stop. What, did we finish that scripture?
We're done. Okay.
Colossians 2:8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Yahushua.
It's the same concept. It's just a reiteration of the same concept. Taking the concept of the Bible, but making it worldly and carnal.
And tying it into now times.
Yeah, exactly.
To justify my actions.
Because now there's always a new philosophy, new idea that's saying it's based off of Christ, but it's not. If you love these, if you really are a Christian, then you accept everybody. You accept all people. Now you got churches that are changing up their whole doctrine.
Or pork is lawful now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's lawful now.
Yeah, it's lawful now. You can eat pork now.
Just pray over it.
Just pray over it. Yeah. So now you got all these different philosophies that come in and try to change the law and change what Christ was upholding. Even when you look at them asking Christ, why is there a law of divorce? He said, because the hardness of your hearts. Mm-hmm. Moses wrote a law of divorce. He said, but in the beginning, it was what? It wasn't so. Meaning, if you stick to the purpose of the law, you meet a man meet a woman, they're supposed to be together from that point forward.
Okay.
So it wasn't law. The divorce wasn't. Now you look at America, because you got all these amendments of the law now.
Yep.
You look at America, majority of America is divorced.
Yep.
You got the highest divorce rate in the world.
Yeah.
But they also have veered away from what? From the way things are supposed to be. And now you look at the repercussion of it. You got the majority of people in America divorced. You got the highest divorce rate in all the world. It's crazy.
You got more in Colossians? Let's get back in Jeremiah 20.
22.
Let me type this in.
Verse 25 is I think he was on.
Jeremiah chapter 22, verse
26.
25. Let's do 25.
All right, 25 from the top. And I will give thee into the hand of them that seek thy life, and into the hand of them whose face thou fearest.
Most High says, I'm going to give you, Jehoiakim, into the hand of the people that are after your life, and into the ones that you fear the most, because that's what actually happens. After 598 BC, Jehoiakim was killed. 3 months later, Nebuchadnezzar comes back after the winter freeze, and he goes for Jehoiakim, King Jehoiakim. Jehoiakim had to face his fears and go outside of the temple, outside of the city gates, the city walls, to try to broker peace. And peace was brokered by snatching him and taking him to Babylon and taking any of the people that were worth a damn, workers, craftsmen, builders, they left. So the top end of society, princely level people, and the man that actually could bring something to the table were shipped out to Babylon. Read on.
Even into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans.
Read on.
And I will cast thee out, and thy mother that bare thee, into another country, where ye were not born, and there shall ye die.
I'm going to send you and your mama to Babylon. And you're going to die in Babylon, and that's where Jehoiakim died. King Jehoiakim died. He was in power for only 3 months. After King Jehoiakim got taken out, then King Zedekiah came in there, and it was 11 more years of insanity. And then he fell apart and got taken out, and the rest of the kingdom fell apart. Read on.
But to the land whereunto they desire to return, not thither shall they not return.
This is why earlier in chapter 22, the Most High said, Jeremiah, if you're going to cry for anybody, cry for the people who don't make it back. Whether it's Shalom, which was the king who never made it back from Egypt, or these guys who never make it back from Babylon. Read on.
Is this man, Coniah, a despised, broken idol? Is he a vessel wherein is no pleasure? Wherefore are they cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into a land which they know not?
Listen, the Most High cast not just Jehoiakim, but Jehoiakim, and all of his seed got sent out as a punishment. Because of him, his father, that seed had to get eradicated. Read on.
O earth, 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 hear the word of the Most High. Thus saith Yahweh, write ye this man childless, a man that shall not prosper in his days.
He was childless, and that's why King Zedekiah had to get brought in, which was Jeconiah's uncle. Jeconiah had no heir. So because he had no heir, Nebuchadnezzar sat back and brought in his uncle, which was Josiah's son, I think his third son, to come take him in, which was Zedekiah. Read on.
For no man of his seed shall prosper, sitting upon the throne of David and ruling any more in Judea.
So Most High like, listen, man, this was the last set of kings that was going to rule in Judea, the last set of Davidic line that was going to run and be of any potency until Christ. Okay? Now what we're going to do, I don't know if we should, let's start off and read a little bit more. Let's do Jeremiah chapter 26, verse 1 through 6. We'll just get to 1 through 6 today, because I was hoping to get a little further than this, but class was good. We got a lot out of it. Jeremiah 26, verse 1 through 6. Really, I want to go through the whole chapter. We'll be here all damn day long going into this whole chapter, but this whole chapter is legit. It's really damn good. Read verse 1.
Jeremiah 26:1. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, came this word from the Most High, saying, Thus saith Yahweh.
So we might have to read this whole damn chapter. But listen, on top of the letter that the Most High sent, or the word the Most High told Jeremiah to go tell the king, which was Jehoiakim, Most High told Jeremiah to tell Jehoiakim what we read in Jeremiah 22, right? Now he's like, listen, you went to the house of the king to break down Jeremiah 22. Now in Jeremiah 26, he's like, I want you to go to the house of the Most High, the court of the house of the Most High, where all the Israelites are going to do their sacrifices, in front of all the priests, the people, everybody. So read verse 2.
Thus saith the Most High, stand in the court of Yahweh's house, and speak unto all the cities
The
of
court
Judah.
is the outside part. I'm going to go put it online. The court is the outside part of the temple. The outer court is where the people operate, because the priests can only go into the inner court. Now the truth is, he can go into the inner court because he's Jeremiah, he's a priest. He was Levi. So he was told to go into the court area where the priests could operate. There's an outer court that only non-priests could go. There's an inner court that the priests could go. So he's told to go into the court of the Most High. Read on.
And speak unto all the cities of Judah, which come to worship in the Most High's house.
So he was in a position where the people can hear and the priests can hear. Read on.
All the words that I command thee to speak unto them, diminish not a word.
He said, everything I say it exactly how I want it to be said. Don't sugarcoat this. Don't make it soft. Don't make it weak. Don't pity pat my message. Read on.
If so, be they will hearken me, and turn every man from his evil way, that I may repent me of the evil, which I propose to do unto them, because of the evil of their doing.
He says, if they listen and they hearken, read on.
And thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Most High, if you will not hearken to me, to walk in my law, which I have set before you.
Just imagine you're going up right in front of everybody and just making a speech and saying, this is from the Most High. If y'all don't listen, if y'all don't change, read on.
To hearken to the words of my servants the prophets, whom I sent unto you, both rising up early and sending them, but ye have not hearkened, then will I make this house like Shiloh, and will make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth.
And he says, I'm going to make this house like Shiloh. I got to go and explain Shiloh real quick before we go any further. So what we're going to do is go to 1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1 through 11 and 20 through 22. Yeah, 1 Samuel. We're going to go back here. We're going to finish this. I'm going to try to finish this chapter because this one is why I even had the title Jehoiakim verse King Jehoiakim verse Jeremiah. We're in 1 Samuel chapter 4. Matter of fact, Nagaha, let's do this. We'll bounce. We'll bounce off both.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah. Emerging. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua, break a thumb.
All right. So, 1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1 through 11, and then 20 to 22.
1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1. And the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle and pitched beside Ebenezer. And the Philistines pitched in Aphek.
In Aphek was around 20 miles from Shiloh. Okay, so it was Israel versus Philistines. If you remember 1 Samuel, Philistines were a thorn in Israel's side. So Aphek, where the battle was 20 miles away from Shiloh. Read on.
Verse 2. And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel.
So the Philistines got ready to fight the Jews. Read on.
And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines. And they slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men.
So the Philistines defeated the Israelites and took down 4,000 Israelites. One day. Read on.
Verse 3. And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, Wherefore hath the Most High smitten us today before the
So
Philistines?
the question, man, why did we get our ass kicked, so to speak? Why did the Philistines break us down so easily? Read on.
Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Most High out of Shiloh.
Because, Israel, especially at this time, Israel was extremely religious. We thought if we brought the ark, we was going to win. The Most High was with us.
Yep.
We didn't put two and two together that change and servitude and being on it with the Most High was the key to victory.
Cheat code.
We felt it was that you just bring this gold piece to us,
Yeah.
bring it up, we're going to win. Because it always works. That's how we thought, right?
Yeah.
We just bring this wood laced with gold,
And shit 'em
and
with.
the Most High is going to sit back here and shit on them. I had to bring it out. You opened the door, but I had to fall into it. So let's keep going.
Let us
I
fetch-
said shit them. I didn't say the other word. All right, y'all online. Read on.
Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Most High out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies.
So let's go 20 miles to Shiloh. Come back and bring it. Obviously, let's go 20 miles east. Come back west. Read on.
So the people sent to Shiloh, that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of the Most High of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims.
So they said the Most High is in between these two angels, in that seat. Read on.
And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas.
Don't forget this. Eli, Most High had a problem with Eli because Eli knew Hophni and Phinehas were wicked. They were committing extortion. They were sitting back here and taking the sacrificial meat and eating it themselves. They were sitting back here and taking advantage of the women in the city. They were using bribes and extortion, and they were taking advantage of the nation in general. So this situation was used to expose them, bring them out, take out the sons, and punish the father Eli for not doing anything about his son's wickedness. They were Levites of the line of Ithamar. Read on.
And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of the Most High.
Because they were the priests responsible for carrying the ark. And not carrying it, but making sure it was taken care of. Read on.
And when the ark of the covenant of the Most High came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again.
So it was everybody was going bananas. Like they said, the Most High's here. We get a W. The victory's here. The earth was shaking with all the yelling and the chanting. Read on.
And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, What meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Most High was come into the camp.
So first of all, it's letting you know the magnitude of what the ark meant for the people, what the ark meant for the city. Shiloh, the only thing that made Shiloh what it was that the ark was there, and that the Most High was with the people that had control of the ark. So Shiloh was Mecca. Shiloh was Mecca. The city was important because it was the place of the habitation of the Ark of the Covenant, which people viewed as the savior of the nation.
Having the presence of the Most High with you.
Exactly. So because of that, everything flowed through Shiloh. Read on.
Verse 7. And the Philistines were afraid, for they said, The Most High is come into the camp. And they said, Woe unto us, for there have not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us! Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods?
I don't know if you kind of get in the tone. Israel was way more religious back in those days. It was all about the gods, and this guy's on our side, that guy's on their side. It was more of a prehistoric type of thinking in comparison to how Israel had developed over time. And it was into their kingship and their princes and their politics by the time we get to Jeremiah. But let's keep going.
These are the powers that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. Be strong and quit yourselves like men.
Get steady. You be strong and stabilize yourself like men. Read on.
O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Quit yourselves like men and fight.
So he's like, rise up, get yourself together, and fight. Read on.
And the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten, and they fled every man into his tent. And there was a very great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen.
So now that was a great defeat for Israel. To have the ark there, to have the idea that the Most High was on your side, but the Most High really wasn't on your side, and you lost your entire population, or a large group of your warriors. Let me take it back. You lost 30,000 men. You lost a significant chunk of your warriors. Now you're sitting back here. Your whole foundation is shook.
You just lost 4,000. Now you lost 30,000.
But it's just, think about the psychological blow it had. Israel's confidence was in that ark, in that city, in what that city and ark represented. The Most High being with you regardless. And this is why in Jeremiah he says, I'm going to treat Jerusalem like Shiloh. Shiloh fell. The ark was taken. The stabilizing position of the nation is kind of thrown out of sorts. What you have your confidence in, you can no longer have your confidence in. Read on.
Verse 11. And the ark of the Most High was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain.
Okay, so this was a major blow to the nation. The Ark of the Covenant was taken to the land of Philistia. The Most High was taken away from the Jews and carried off by our enemy. What's going to happen to Shiloh? What's happening to the people? We're rudderless now. We have no leaders now. We have no protection. Jump to verse 20. I didn't want to read the whole chapter because we still got Jeremiah 26 to get to. Read verse 20.
Verse 20. And about the time of her death, the women that stood by her said unto her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son.
This is talking about the one of the wives. I think it was a Phinehas or what was the other?
Said Phinehas.
Phinehas or Hophni. This is the wives of one of those guys because she was pregnant. She was pretty much said this son is going to still continue on and continue the lineage even though the father died. Read on.
But she answered not, neither did she regard it. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is departed from Israel.
The glory departs from Israel. That was what this loss represented. The glory departing from Shiloh. The glory departing from the nation. Read on.
Because the ark of the Most High was taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, The glory is departed from Israel.
The father-in-law, Eli, died once he had the news. He was rocking. He was in his rocking chair, whatever. He fell back and died. Yes. So Eli died. The sons died. The ark was taken. The glory of the Most High was taken. The city fell apart. The priesthood fell apart. Read on.
The glory is departed from Israel, for the ark of the Most High is taken.
So this is the concept that Jeremiah is saying is going to happen in the damn priestly area in Jerusalem. The glory is going to be taken from Israel again. Jerusalem's going to fall like Shiloh fell. The power of the ark the Most High's presence is going to leave Jerusalem. Just like the Most High's presence left Shiloh. This is the comparison. Does that make sense? Let's go back to Jeremiah now.
That's the Most High saying, I'm not with you anymore.
Exactly. The Most High is going to leave his presence from you now in Jerusalem, in the heart of this sacrifice area, like the Most High left his presence from Shiloh did. And Shiloh was never the same. He's like Jeremiah. Jerusalem is never going to be the same. Just like Shiloh was never the same. And he's right. Jerusalem was never the same.
It's been ran over by
the nations.
By the Gentiles.
Even Herod was an Edomite. He rebuilt the temple.
Yeah.
And the other nation, we were still a vassal in our own country after this. Read on.
Jeremiah 26:7. So the priests and the prophets and all the people heard Jeremiah speaking these words in the house of the Most High.
The priests and the prophets heard what Jeremiah was saying in the house of the Lord. Read on.
Now it came to pass when Jeremiah had made an end of speaking all that the Most High had commanded him to speak unto all the people, that the priests and the prophets and all the people took him, saying, Thou shalt surely die.
You are going to die, my God. This is going to be the last day that you breathe air on earth. This is scary. Moses said, don't sit back here and lighten up on the message. Tell Israel to their face what's going to happen. And Jeremiah did exactly what he was told, and a death sentence was coming right behind him.
Yeah.
Am I your enemy because I tell you the truth?
Yes, the answer is yes. And he's like, listen, you want to speak the truth? There's consequences for sending it for what's right. These are facts too. You telling people in power that they're going to fall? So he's opening up a damn hornet's nest. So let's keep going.
Why hast thou prophesied in the name of the Most High, saying, this house shall be like Shiloh, and this city shall be desolate without an inhabitant?
Read on.
And all the people were gathered against Jeremiah in the house of the Most High.
So the first thing is this. Why didn't the priest and the prophet say, damn, is that what the Most High said? Did the Most High say that, Jeremiah?
It wasn't the focus.
Why didn't the priest say that to Jeremiah? Because they understood the fix was in. Nobody says anything about the temple. Don't say that. That's something that you don't say here. We got to sit back and keep everybody cool. We're not going to tell it. We don't tell the truth about things here. Why wasn't the first response, hey man, what did the Lord say that to you? When did you get that vision?
That's a good response.
When did he tell you that? He said, we don't say that shit here at the temple. Regardless if the Most High told you this, you don't say that out loud. Think about the response. That's how bad and how diminished. You don't tell the truth about what's going on here. That means speaking the truth wasn't a common thing at that point. Everybody was playing the games and nobody got in trouble. Everybody's about making their money, keeping their hustle tight. Let's go through the motions. Let's not rock the boat. Let's not make anybody uncomfortable. Let's not shine a light on anybody. Isn't that how things in life are now?
Yeah.
Don't shed no light. Don't rock the boat. Keep things quiet.
Don't talk nothing bad about me. I won't talk nothing bad about you.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That should have been the first question. And when the Most High tell you this, the first response is, why are you sitting back here in the house of the Lord saying this? Because it's going to be like Shiloh.
Because the Most High demands that we not be a respecter of persons.
Kinda.
And in order not to be a respecter of persons, you got to tell people the truth, even if they hate you. You know, and that's something that teaching the Bible, it comes with the territory. You may not be liked. Your congregation might leave, so that means your money's going to leave.
Yep.
So be it though. If people don't want to, if they don't like it, so be it.
Yeah, bro.
And then if the congregation leave, so be it. You know what I'm saying? It's not a.
Where's your integrity?
It's where's your integrity at? It's an integrity check.
Yeah. And that's the first thing you got to do to show the Most High that you're worth a damn.
Yep.
Where is your integrity? You going to stand up for what's right? Are you going to sit back here and stand up against the evildoers?
Why not?
Read that verse in Psalms 94 and 16 real quick. Psalms 94 and 16, and we'll get back on topic. Read it.
Psalms 94 and 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
Well, what that means is, who's going to put their life on the line when you stand up for what's right? Because when you stand up against the workers of iniquity, that means you're standing up against people in power. And as soon as Jeremiah started standing up against people in power, the first verdict was, you got to die. Thumbs down. We're going to take you out. That's the consequence of standing up for what's right. Martyrdom. Martyrdom is in your future if you want to keep it real and be spiritual. This is why I was like all of them standing up for against about keeping the Sabbath day. I was kind of joking. It was kind of a mocking thing, but you get my point though. In comparison to this, we had to live this. We're going to face damn near certain death for standing up for what's right. That's my point. Let that go and go back to the verse. Jeremiah 26 and verse 9 again.
Jeremiah 26 and 9. Why hast thou prophesied in the name of the Most High, saying, this house shall be like Shiloh, and this city shall be desolate without an inhabitant?
Because the Most High told him to. That's a very simple statement. Read on.
And all the people were gathered against Jeremiah in the house of the Most High.
Bro, can you imagine everybody is ready to get up on you and deal with you out? The people, the priest,
Mob mentality.
brother, the high priest, the Levites, they're circling him, Mike. They're ready to get him, Mike. The people ready to get him. You know how scary that is? Read on, huh?
When the princes of Judah heard these
And
things,
that the princes, the real politicians, ain't even got there yet. The movers and shakers ain't even got there yet. This is just a religious group, and the people serving them, giving the sacrifices up. Read on.
when the princes of Judah heard these things, then they came up from the king's house unto the house of the Most High.
Now the princes is coming up and getting word. Now they're gonna circle even more.
Yep.
The whole city's against Jeremiah. That's what it takes to stand up for what's right. Everybody being against you. Everybody hating you. Everybody hating the light that you're bringing to the people. Read on.
And sat down in the entry of the new gate of the Most High's house. Then spake the priests and the prophets unto the princes and to all the people, saying, This man is worthy to die.
Golly, this is why. He didn't break a law. Why is he worthy to die? Because he prophesied about what the Most High told him to? That's part of that Pharisee crap. You're just making stuff up. This guy's ready to die. He spoke some shit that's just unacceptable. He's got to go. Read on.
For he hath prophesied against this city, as ye have heard with your ears.
Prophesying against it because the city was being wicked. That didn't matter. You're not supposed to speak anything evil about what's to come. You're supposed to keep your mouth shut and keep it stepping and support the king. And say the king is doing a great job. They don't want to be like Kim Jong-un. You got it in North Korea. It's got all these pictures of this guy everywhere. He's always doing something awesome. They always show him in a great light.
Yeah.
This guy can do no wrong. Why is there so many pictures of this guy? Why they got to push him so hard like that? And if you say anything bad against him, you are going to jail.
To fail.
And you're going to like a work camp, like some prison camp in a bad spot. It's not like regular jail.
Yeah.
That's how they silence any opposition. This is what this is. What's that?
It's generational for 3 generations.
I thought it was just 2. It's 3?
I believe it's 3.
That's crazy.
Better not do it.
And you read
Then
that.
I say, I love Kim Jong-un. He is the what?
best.
He is the best. He is so considerate. He loves the people.
You know, the Exodus chapter 22, verse 28.
Exodus 22 and 28.
King jump for me, King jump for you. 22 and 28. King jump for all of us. He's so great.
Thou shalt not revile the gods.
There you go.
And they said, you're not supposed to revile who?
The gods.
Now,
authority
the
figures.
gods is another word for magistrate. That's what the lowercase g means magistrate. It means leaders, rulers. Read on.
Nor curse the ruler of thy people.
And so by law, that's a law. That is a law. You're not supposed to curse the ruler of your people. So in their mind, who are you to speak against us?
Yeah.
You know, we're going to pull you up on this law that you ain't supposed to curse us. And wish death on us and say we're going to fall.
But they're not going to say, oh, I'm serving other God behind closed doors. They're not going to say that.
We're taking bribes.
We're taking bribes. We're doing from drugs to extortion.
Yeah.
Extortion, drugs use, idolatry, adultery. We do all this craziness out. And the Most High is bringing it out. You're going to get killed because you reviled us. It's that simple, huh?
Yep.
And that is the angle they use. That's got to be the angle.
It has to be because that's a law.
You reviled the leadership. How dare you do that?
Yep.
How dare you defile or defame, what do you call it? Revile the system.
Yep.
That's obviously wicked. So, you got more of that?
No, that was it.
Let's go back into Jeremiah 26 and
12.
Let's go 12.
Then spake Jeremiah unto all the princes and to all the people, saying, The Most High sent me to prophesy against this house and against this city, all the words that ye have heard.
He doubled down. That one was so potent.
Awesome.
He could have easily said, nah, I was tripping. You know, I was tripping. He was right. I don't know what was in my mind. I recant everything.
I ate some bad food.
Yeah. I had some bad mushrooms. I was delirious.
Yeah, delirious.
He sat back and didn't recant. He doubled down, knowing you double down, you're gonna die. Think about that. That's what real courage is. And Joshua says, "Be strong and of good courage." This is courage, You're surrounded. You are surrounded. You're outnumbered, and you're gonna die if you double down on the message that the Most High told you to double down on. This is courage 101 at its best. So read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. Now spake Jeremiah unto all the princes and to all the people, saying, The Most High sent me to prophesy against this house and against this city all the words that ye have heard. Therefore now amend your ways and your doings.
He even go even harder. He said, change your ways and your doings.
I'm not backing down.
I'm not backing. I don't give a damn how strong your face is. You read that scripture in Ezekiel, we're going to probably get to it in a second. Read on.
And obey the voice of Yahweh your power. And the Most High will repent him of the evil that he hath pronounced
He
against
said,
you.
if you change your ways, the Most High will repent of what he's going to do to you. And he might not make this place shallow if you change. Hold this and go to Ezekiel 3, verse 7 through 11. Ezekiel 3, verse 7 through 11. And this, what we're reading here in Ezekiel 3 is exactly what Jeremiah is doing in the face of utter destruction.
God.
Ezekiel 3 and 7 through 11.
Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 7.
Let me type this in. Read that.
Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 7. But the house of Israel would not hearken unto thee, for they would not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-hearted.
So the Most says, I know Israel is stubborn. So I got to still send people to go attack and go against these stubborn people. Read on.
Verse 8. Behold, I have made thy face strong against their faces.
It takes real strength to go head up against a mob that wants you dead because you told them the truth. Read on.
And thy forehead strong against their foreheads.
It takes real strength to go against a bunch of hard-headed people that don't want to listen to the right message. You have to be that much more stubborn in pushing righteousness. Read on.
As an adamant harder than flint have I made thy forehead.
He's saying our mind has to be stronger to do what's right than their mind to justify their wickedness. And what you're reading in Jeremiah 26 is that in full display. He's not budging. They're surrounding him. They bring the princes. First of all, what it shows you is that who was the real decision makers at the time? Did they go to the king? No. They went to the prince's eye. The priest and the prophets and the pastors went to the princes because they were the ones who was the movers and shakers eye. And if the princes gave the thumbs up, he was going to die. It just lets you know who ran the city. So read on it in Ezekiel.
Verse 9. As an adamant harder than flint have I made thy forehead.
And an adamant is also, by definition, a diamond. So he said, as a diamond is harder than flint. Because, you use diamonds to cut stone, to cut marble, to cut granite. So he's saying, as a diamond is harder than flint. Go ahead.
Have I made thy forehead. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house.
But that's easier said than done. Because those looks turn into action.
Yeah.
He said, don't be dismayed at their looks. But they're going to look at you messed up first. Then they're going to grab you.
Yep.
Then they're going to beat on you. Then they're going to lock you up. Then they're going to stone you.
Yep.
So he's like, you can't be afraid of the real possibility that you're going to die by teaching the word of the Most High. That's a real thing. Read on.
Go 10.
We're going to go to verse 11.
Verse 10. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in thine heart, and hear with thine ears. And go, get thee to them of the captivity, unto the children of thy people, and speak unto them, and tell them, Thus saith the Lord power, whether they will hear, or whether they will forbear.
Whether they listen or not don't matter. You got to get this word out, and they got to know that they're living wrong. Whether they say, man, I appreciate it, or no, we want to kill you for it. We are literally supposed to be servants and messengers of the Most High, and that requires courageousness and strength that most of us aren't prepared to deal with. Now we let that go and go to Jeremiah 26.
One
What
thing
you got?
real quick. Luke chapter 12, verse 57.
Luke chapter 12, verse 57. Yea, And why even of yourselves judge ye not what is right?
He said, "Why ye not of yourselves judge ye what is right?" Meaning, you got to stand up for what's right.
Yep.
He said, people they know how to stand up for what's right when it benefits them.
Yep.
And that's what Christ is about to explain. When it benefits you, you know how to stand up for what's right. But if it benefits other people, you take a back seat. We take a back seat when it's other people at stake. But when it's us, it is our neck on the line. We know how to stand up for what's right. We know how to move when it comes to us. He's going to explain. Read.
Verse 58. When thou goest with thine adversary to the magistrate.
He said, say for example, when you go bring a case before the court system, and you bring in a case before the judge, and you got somebody trying to sue you, or you trying to sue them. You have an opposition with somebody, and you're trying to resolve it in a courtroom of justice. Read on.
As thou art in the way.
He said, but you know how when your neck is on the line, you know exactly how to say yes, sir, your honor, no, sir, your honor. You know how to use all the respectful words. You know how to move in a courtroom. Go ahead.
As thou art in the way, give diligence that thou mayest be delivered from him.
Yeah, because you'll do everything for what? For what reason?
To be delivered from him.
To be delivered from him. When your neck is on the line, we know how to say the right words at the right time. But when it comes to other people, man, we don't have that ability to stand up and put ourselves in that situation for somebody else. Read.
Lest he hail thee to the judge.
If you don't watch your mouth, he gonna do what?
Hail thee to the judge.
He gonna hail thee to the judge, and what else?
And the judge deliver thee to the officer.
And the judge gonna say, man, here's the bailiff. Bailiff, come get him. Come get his disrespectful. He's in contempt of court. Get him out of here.
Oh, my goodness.
Read.
And the officer cast thee into prison.
And the officer gonna throw you into prison. So you got to know how to move amongst magistrates and amongst elite, amongst people that have the determination of killing you, giving you a sentence, throwing you in prison. But when you standing up for righteousness, the Most High put you in that position where you got to forsake the fear of that. You got to forsake the fear of that, and you got to stand up and say, you know what? Regardless if I go to jail, am I going to stand up for righteousness? Regardless if I get thrown in prison, will I stand up for righteousness? Regardless if I get arrested for speaking the word of the Most High, will I still do it?
Okay.
Because that fear is in us all. You know what I'm saying? But when you're dealing with judges, priests, people of high court, and you got to be careful on how you move. But when it comes to doing what's right, you can't be afraid.
And Jeremiah is facing certain death for standing up for what's right. They got him encircled. He's hemmed up. They're ready to get this guy out. This is scary.
Yeah, bro. And he still got to give him the word. Still tell him the truth.
He doubled down. It cornered him. He doubled down again, huh? He doubled down because, listen, they gave him a chance to recant. You gonna recant or no? They nah, most of the time they do this. This the truth. You gonna read? You gonna like, listen, man. This is what happened. If you want to do me what you gotta do with me. Let's go Jeremiah 26 and verse 13 again.
Jeremiah 26 and 13. Therefore now amend your ways and your doings, and obey the voice of the Most High your power. And the Most High will repent him of the evil that he hath pronounced against you. As for me, behold, I am in your hand.
Whatever you're going to do, you're going to do. I can't control that. Read on.
Do with me as seemeth good and meet unto you.
If you're going to kill me, you're going to kill me. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And the next verse is, just know you're killing an innocent man. And just listen, the blood's on your hands. Read on.
But know ye for certain that if ye put me to death, ye shall surely bring innocent blood upon yourselves and upon the city and upon the inhabitants thereof.
He's like, you bringing blood to you, your family, and the city.
Your people, yeah.
And your people. Read on.
For of a truth that Yahweh hath sent me unto you to speak all these words in your ears. Then said the princes and all the people unto the priests and to the prophets.
It lets you know. Shouldn't there be a separation of church and state, man? Shouldn't the spiritual leaders have to operate and do the spiritual things, and the princes stay away and do their lordship duties?
Somewhere else, yeah.
The priests and the prophets are subject to what the princes want.
It was
the princes run the show.
The secular realm is blended with the spiritual realm,
Con.
and they don't mix.
And that's the point. But they were all in cahoots with each other, just like it was in the medieval times.
They only mix when you look at Deuteronomy 20, when Israel would go to war. Then the first people to speak to them was the priests, that to give the soldiers fortitude and courage and not be afraid. They were the ones that saying, "Listen, man, the Most High is going to go out and fight for you. Be not afraid. Be strong and of good courage." Then those officers, those princes, those elite that have been in battle, they're the ones that come and speak to the warriors and say, "Listen, because we've been through this, we have experience. The Most High is going to be with you. Have no fear." You know what I'm saying? When they're all saying the same thing, that's when it's beneficial to us.
But the part is, they're saying the same thing on the wicked side.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the problem.
The priests saying we're going to put you to death. The leaders are saying we're going to put you to death.
Because they're all in cahoots back in this wicked play.
Corruption.
Back in this corrupt society. We'll sit back and do all the little yippity-yap priestly services, but we're sitting back and we're all on this Baal thing together. We're on this idolatry together. We're on this wickedness together.
It had to fall, bro.
I know.
It had to fall.
This is how, systematically it had to get broken up.
And you see what's happening right now. They got a guy that was, you look at that Capitol Hill invasion from Trump being ousted from presidency, and now the government is seeking and hunting down everybody that was involved in that overthrow at the Capitol. And just yesterday, there's a guy that he just disappeared. He's like, he was part of the whole unrest and overthrow of the government and or invasion of the Capitol, and they can't find him. He got the hell out of there. So, you look at, do you really believe in, I'm going to go down with the ship no matter what, and I believe in what I stand for? Obviously, this guy is on the run. You look at Jeremiah, he said what he said, he said, I ain't going nowhere. He said, do with me as you wish. I'm in your hands. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to try to get out of Dodge. I'm not trying to escape.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I said what I said.
Yep. And that takes true power to stand with your words and stand on the principles you've established, regardless if it benefits you or not. Okay? So let's continue.
Verse 16. Then said the princes and all the people unto the priests and to the prophets, this man is not worthy to die, for he hath spoken to us in the name of the Most High.
Luckily, this time, the princes gave him a break. And the Most High put a spirit on these princes not to kill him in the first place.
And he was bold too.
Listen, sometimes being bold don't work. I'm not going to say he got spared because he was bold. He got spared because the Most High had him to sit back here and suffer for longer stretches of time. You're going to read about the things Jeremiah had to go through was out of this world. The suffering he had to endure, great suffering. Sometimes some people the Most High kills and has them go through martyrdom. Others, he hasn't just lived through the suffering.
You look at John the Baptist. He told Herod, it's not right that you have your brother's wife. You can't. That's against the law. It's adultery. You can't have your brother's wife. What happened to him?
Got killed.
Got beheaded in prison. It don't. Sometimes you tell people the truth, it don't end well.
God. Listen, remember the prophet went to Asa and told King Asa, "Listen, man, you messed up. You shouldn't have paid a bribe to bring the king of Syria to help you fight the northern kingdom. You should have let me come through and take care of it." Asa got mad, didn't like the message, and threw him in jail and threw away the key. Yeah. You didn't hear any reports about this guy getting out of jail.
None.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes things don't go right when you sit back and do what's right. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 17. Then rose up certain of the elders of the land and spake to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micah the Morashite prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah.
So listen, Micah the Morashite is actually Micah in the scriptures. Okay? Micah the Morashite is Micah in the scriptures, and Micah prophesies in the time of Hezekiah. You're going to read it was about doom and gloom in the fall of Israel. Now, the fall didn't happen in Hezekiah's time. It happened obviously later on. Read on.
Prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and spake to all the people of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Most High of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as high places of a forest.
Somebody give me Micah chapter 1 and 1. Just to prove it. Micah 1 and 1. Somebody give it to me.
Sorry, man.
Oh, you're good.
Right. Micah chapter 1, verse 1. The word of the Most High that came to Micah, the Moreshite, in the days of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, which he saw concerning Samaria and Jerusalem.
There you go. Okay, this gets to get the confirmation that this Micah was the same Micah that was in Micah. Continuing on, Jeremiah 26 and verse 18, right?
In verse,
19.
In verse 19. Did Hezekiah, king of Judah, and all Judah put him at all to death?
Because Hezekiah was a righteous king. And he was okay with the promise of the Most High to flow. Read on.
Did he not fear the Most High, and besought the Most High, and the Most High repent him of the evil which he had pronounced against them? Thus might we procure great evil against our souls.
He said, did Hezekiah, king of Judah, and all Judah put him to death? He said, no. Did he not fear the Lord? Talking about Hezekiah. Hezekiah feared the Lord and besought the Lord. I'm not going to say that Hezekiah did all those changes and those reforms because of Micah, but he did the reforms knowing that he had to get right with the Most High and get his nation back on course. So he says, didn't Hezekiah beseech the Lord? Read on, and the Lord repented him of the evil which he had pronounced against them. So he's saying Hezekiah took heed to these doom and gloom prophecies, established the reforms, and the Most High bought Hezekiah and his people more time. Read on.
And there was also a man that prophesied in the name of the Most High, Uriah, the son of Shemaiah of Kirjatharim.
Listen, Kirjatharim is like south of Jerusalem. It was a small town. It was a prophet teaching the word of the Most High, Uriah. He was teaching the word. Read on.
Who prophesied against this city and against this land, according to all the words of Jeremiah.
He said there's this guy named Uriah that was prophesying just like Jeremiah was prophesying. Read on.
And when Jehoiakim the king with all his mighty men and all the princes heard his words, the king sought to put him to death.
So listen, this is what's scary. This is a report that Jehoiakim heard about Uriah prophesying against Jerusalem, and he sat back here and said he sent out the kill order to take him out. Read on.
But when Uriah heard it, he was afraid and fled and went into Egypt.
Listen, it shows you different calibers of what? Prophets and teachers out. One prophet was teaching and was afraid of what was going to happen to him, and he ran. Jeremiah was bold as a lion. The scripture says the righteous are bold as a lion. That's in Proverbs 28 and 1. The righteous are bold as a lion. There's another one that I'm thinking Wisdom Solomon 5 or something like that. Anyway, the point is that Jeremiah was bold in his stance in teaching the word. This guy Uriah wasn't. He said the word and ran. See what the Most High did to this guy. Read on.
And Jehoiakim the king sent men into Egypt.
Listen, he ran to Egypt. Jehoiakim sent men to Egypt to finish the damn deal.
What?
You know what the what is you can't run from your verdict.
Wow.
If you're going to teach, you're supposed to teach the word, and you're supposed to die for the teaching the word, then guess what? You were supposed to die and be a martyr. Man. All he did is bought himself a few more weeks in Egypt. Read on.
And Jehoiakim the king sent men into Egypt, namely Elnathan, the son of Akbar, and certain men with him into Egypt.
Some bounty hunters, so some Israelite dog the bounty hunters again. They had a lot of goons out. Israel had a lot of goons out there. This job was to snatch, pick up, and bring back.
You know it's crazy. His name is El Nathan, means Yahweh gives.
Oh, but he was working for El Diablo.
Yeah,
he was working for Diablo.
Most High give you something else. Giver of the Lord, he give you something else.
It's crazy out. Keep going.
And they fetched forth Uriah out of Egypt and brought him unto Jehoiakim the king, who slew him with the sword and cast his dead body into the graves of the common people.
You didn't think Jeremiah knew this?
Right.
Before he was told to go up here and teach this word? That people that teach against Jehoiakim get thrown across and killed and murked and thrown outside like trash? Like common folk? Jeremiah knew this and knew this was a suicide mission and did it anyway. What kind of courage and what kind of spirit was this man in? How potent was he? That's commendable above all. You don't think he heard about? You don't think he might have just missed him, but about Isaiah? What happened to Isaiah? How he got killed?
It's like walking straight into your death.
You're going straight into the fire multiple times. This is the second time so far. He was already playing. Listen, I have a class that deals strictly with all the hell Jeremiah broke through. We'll get to that later. Jeremiah caught hell standing up for what was right. So this is like two of the occasions. One about King Jehoiakim in the king's area. That's just as bad. Going into where the realm of the princes were at. Now you're going into priests and prophets. Read on.
Nevertheless, the hand of Jehoiakim, the son of Shaphan, was with Jeremiah, that they should not give him into the hand of the people to put him to death.
So there was a guy that looked after him. He says, Jehoiakim, the son of Shaphan.
Was he a priest or?
Shaphan was a scribe who worked with Jeremiah years ago during the reign of Josiah. We're going to prove this. We're going to go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 3 through 8. Don't forget Shaphan. Now, the guy that saved Jeremiah's neck was Jehoiakim. His father was Shaphan. Now we go real quick to 2 Kings chapter 22. 2 Kings 22, verse 3 through 8.
2 Kings chapter 22, verse 3.
Okay, read that.
And it came to pass in the 18th year of King Josiah that the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, the scribe, to the house of the Most High, saying...
So listen, Shaphan was the scribe that worked with King Josiah. Read on.
Go up to Hilkiah, the high priest.
Hilkiah was the father of who? Jeremiah. Hilkiah was the father of Jeremiah. Hilkiah was, and Shaphan was the scribe of Josiah. This was that group that was part of the group that was trying to change and get right with the Most High. Okay, read on.
Go up to Hilkiah, the high priest, that he may sum the silver which is brought into the house of the Most High, which the keepers of the door have gathered of the people.
The sum of the silver was put together for the construction process of rebuilding the temple. Read on.
And let them deliver it into the hand of the doers of the work, that they have the oversight of the house of the Most High. And let them give it to the doers of the work, which is in the house of the Most High, to repair the breaches of the house.
So in the midst of them sitting back here and trying to find the money and accumulate everything necessary to repair the temple, read on.
Unto carpenters and builders and masons, and to buy timber and hewn stone to repair the house. Howbeit, there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, because they dealt faithfully.
There was a trust that the work will be done right, the monies will be allocated properly, and the business will be done by the Merari group, which was Levi. Read on.
And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High.
This was dealing with the prophecies and Deuteronomy and so forth and so on that Shaphan was supposed to read to Josiah. Read on.
And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it.
Shaphan read the prophecies of Deuteronomy 28 to Josiah, and that's what spawned the next set of his reforms down the line. Why am I going into this? Because Shaphan, when they were pushing that righteous movement during Josiah's time, his son was Ahimelech, right? What was his name? His name was Ahikam.
Okay.
Let that go. We're done with that. Let's go back to Jeremiah 26 and 24. I only went there to remind us who Shaphan was. He was the scribe during the time of Josiah. And he worked with Hilkiah, which was the father of Jeremiah. So, that obviously means that Jehoiakim had a relationship with Jeremiah from back in the day also. Read verse 24.
24. Nevertheless, the hand of Jehoiakim, the son of Shaphan, was with Jeremiah, that they should not give him into the hand of the people to put him to death.
So the Most High used that relationship to help spare him. Ahikam had a reputation. He was respected, and his words mattered. So that communication calmed the mob for that period of time. So Jeremiah was spared, but Jeremiah was spared from more suffering later on. And we'll go into that down the line. You're going to read constant interactions and blowbacks between Jeremiah communicating with Jehoiakim and escaping near-death experiences. And then you read about when he starts dealing with Zedekiah. The situation gets worse and worse and worse for Jeremiah. The more he tries to teach, as Israel's condition gets worse, his personal condition gets worse. And the leaders and the princes make his life even more miserable. The more the nation's life gets miserable. And we'll go on to that. Like I said, this process is going to take a few weeks of breaking everything down. But I think that's the appropriate time to stop. I want to at least finish Jeremiah 26 to give a little more context to the topic. And we didn't even really get to how Jehoiakim directly attacks Jeremiah. We just said with the princes and the priests and how they were making his life miserable. But we did go into Jehoiakim about his wickedness and how he took advantage of the people. And how Jeremiah had to kind of bring that out for the nation's sake.
And it's good to see that society. You can say we come from kings and queens.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of kings and queens?
Corrupt kings and queens.
You don't say that.
Nope.
Nobody says that.
We always talk about the Edomites, but we don't sit back and go into our history to see how corrupt we were and how we still are. And how it's so important for us to get back to the Most High and learn our history and really take our time to read and understand so we have a better grasp of where we came from so we can be better moving forward. All right? With that, are there any other questions? Manja Mupunya, Yerushalayim, rise and face Jerusalem.
Yeah, you might need another form, but that ain't gonna cut it. So that doesn't have everything. You got it doesn't have that next page with the all right.
121? Okay.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing an hour. Ha'tawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing an hour.
A war.
Lawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing an hour. Ha'ayah. Kwara. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing an hour. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord
Good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
La Dawad.
La Dawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazaquad.
Hazaquad.
Zaquad.
Zaquad.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Payo. Paya.
Paya.
Manawathiwa.
Manawathiwa.
Kator.
Kator.
Charamwan.
Charamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Araria.
Araria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
Aid.
Aid.
Al-Walam.
Al-Walam.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashwalia.
Rashwalia.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashwalia.
Rashwalia.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashwalia.
Rashwalia.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakhnau.
Rakhnau.
Rashwalia.
Rashwalia.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All patience.
All patience.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All love.
All love.
All endurance.
All endurance.
All strength.
All strength.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water. The miyad.
The miyad.
Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Wokoya Shala, Mem Israel, Munch, Ruck.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Kumisha.
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 Mata, turn and face the sisters. Sisters, please stand.
On Shabbat.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Mem Israel, Munch, Ruck.
Yahweh Shema Alatam by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, Shabbat. Dismiss. Voila. Throughout tuning in Israel. See y'all on Monday for class.